Good morning, everybody. We are going to begin our subcommittee work session on HB 369. And the Agricultural Policy Subcommittee is all here. So I'd like to open this up for discussion. We had the hearing on establishing a task force to provide energy relief on farms. And Representative Bixby, I think you had some comment about what.
I did a little bit of calling around and getting. Thank you. So I did a little bit of calling around and gathering of more information. I talked with Donald Kreese, who's the consumer advocate for energy in the state, and he gave me a number of possible, avenues and suggestions to look into. One of them, one of them was Senator Shaheen's office, and Elizabeth McKenna, who is a staffer there, specializes in energy stuff. I did follow up with her. He also suggested that it would make sense to work with NOFA New Hampshire and the Farm Bureau and the Farmers Union as possible avenues for providing assistance to farmers. And also Clean Energy New Hampshire and New Hampshire Saves were also avenues that might be useful in terms of finding out in terms of sources of energy assistance for farmers. And then I also spoke with Elizabeth McKenna, and she gave me a little bit more detail about the what the USDA has, and that's the which is also something that was mentioned in our previous hearing, which is the REAP program, which is Rural Energy Assistance Program. I think that's what it stands for.
Say that again,
Rural Energy Assistance Program.
Thank you.
I think that's what it stands for, but I'm not gonna swear to it. And that's run out of the USDA Rural Development Office in Vermont, and the contact person there is Sarah Waring. We also had some input from or some additional information from Tara Sad from the Council of State Governments, CSG, and so she followed up a little bit with the Rural Development Office, and the application process for those REAP loans seems to be fairly complicated. It's the sort of thing that if you have a medium, what is officially called a small business, which means up to $50 million, then
It's ridiculous.
then if you are not at the small end of that small business spectrum, then you probably have someone on staff who can go through all this stuff and figure out how to fill out all the forms and everything. If you're a farmer, it looks like it's going to be tough. That's, but that money is there. There is, with the IRA, there is substantially more money has been put into that. So that is a source of money that should be available to us, but I think that we need to have a way to help farmers get that, figure out how to get it. Another program another program in the state, which is a non-governmental program, is through Clean Energy New Hampshire. It's primarily at this point for small businesses. I have not done further research on this, but it's the Circuit Rider program, and they work with towns and small businesses to help access renewable energy. So one of the things that came up in many of these conversations was cooperative extension as a potential way to help. And so the current state of things there is that John Porter, who is retired extension faculty, who is still working part-time with them, helping mostly with dairy engineering farms on programs on farms, has done some assistance with solar, with helping farms get solar as well. But he is part-time, he is retired. He doesn't have the capacity to do it on the scale that really needs to be done. So I had invited Ken LaValle to come in today. Ken LaValle is the director of Co-op Extension, and to help us figure out what we would need to do in order to develop a line in Co-op Extension for doing this, for helping farmers get renewable energy. Since he's not feeling well, he's not here. I was really hoping he could give us some advice on what we would need to do to juggle the way that monetary lines work in the state in coordination with cooperative extension, because often I'm not sure if that's administered, whether the chain of funding is from the state to the university to cooperative extension, or if there's a direct funding channel from the state to cooperative extension. So what I'll do is I'll touch base with him tomorrow and see if I can get more information about how that whole funding process works. I think that there are a lot of good reasons to see if we can get a point person in cooperative extension to help with energy programs on farms, because for one thing, farmers are generally pretty comfortable talking with cooperative extension, not necessarily so much with other branches of government. And cooperative extension has, really earned their trust by being a very good technical resource over a broad range of areas, from specific agricultural things to helping out with mental health issues, to helping out with reducing things that will reduce stress on farmers by helping them get resources for financial planning and business planning. So there's, I think that that's probably our best avenue, but we need to figure out how to do that, and whether that requires legislative action on our part, or whether it's something where we need to intercede with the finance committee to help them get more funding. And I really don't know how that works. So have you done some work with finance, Judy?
Oh, limited work.
Okay.
And I mean, if we, and that would turn this into an early bill that we would have to get out right away to finance if we made any kind of amendment that made an appropriation. So, and I don't know that we'd be able to do that at this point. I mean,
Can I say something? I mean, just in this discussion, I mean, it seems to me that there's a lot of players involved, and one group you didn't mention was the NRCS, National Resource.
That was, I should have mentioned them too.
Okay, because they are, well, up in our neck of the woods, in our county, they work extensively, with the Farm Bureau.
Do you need your
Oh,
microphone?
sorry. Thanks. So they work extensively with the Farm Bureau and the county conservation, Dunlop County Conservation Group to get equipment for farmers that they can rent. I mean, they just purchased last year through a grant a no-till seed drill that any farmer can rent. We're all excited. We're all going to be fighting to rent it. And then this year they got another grant to purchase something. But they are really good at getting grants for farmers and assisting them. And I think that instead of having the government, us, legislate anything, if we could get the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, UNH, and them talking, I think that would be the way to go.
So the way, oh, okay, go ahead. So the way I'm looking at this is the bill that is in front of us now is not right and not what we would want to pass because we don't want to give this task to Department of Agriculture, and there's other parts of it that are not really helpful. So if we were to do anything to amend this, I think it would be, we would have to write up pretty much a whole brand new bill.
Okay. I don't think that this bill is ready for prime time in any manner. Personally, I think that because of the discussion with this bill, we've already got the New Hampshire Farm Bureau talking. Trevor, who is the one from Brookdale Farm that brought it to the Rep. McGee's attention, is a huge part of New Hampshire Farm Bureau. And I know that on the policy, we had a meeting. I wasn't on the Monday morning meeting, but we went over a lot of stuff, and this was brought up. So they're going to be talking about starting up their energy subcommittee again. I mean, so I think we need to let the players get involved, and we have all these organizations for a reason in the state.
Yeah, it's very possible they may be able to come up with a program on their own.
Yeah, so the one thing I was thinking in terms of extension is that it is one of the places that a lot of people look for advice, and that there are. It sounds like the application process is sufficiently complicated that it would be very useful to have someone have a single person in the state who really knows how that process works to be able to provide the assistance. And I agree that the bill as presented to us will not achieve will not get us to where we want to be, which is getting energy assistance to farmers, for which the money is out there at the federal level. There are also programs at like New Hampshire Saves at the state level, which is not strictly which is also a part, somewhat public-private type of program, and helping farmers figure out which programs they need to go to, how to get the application. That's going to require someone who actually knows what's out there, and as opposed to having a committee. And the bill proposes a committee, and it's just a bunch of high-level people talking in a room and not actually accomplishing anything.
Right. Well, would it be, I'm sorry, Representative Howard.
Thank you. I agree that the committee doesn't seem like a good solution. It seems like a parking lot to me. And it's made up of people who are are sort of, who might be in the habit of parking things. What I wonder is, some of them anyway, but what I wonder is if there isn't a way to create to get the funding into the state and then create a pool from which they can draw it. There's no way to do that.
So, the way that the federal legislation is written, for the REAP program, which is the one that would be the most neatly matched, that is those grants go directly from the federal government to the farmer or business. There is no state involvement in that. So we're not looking to have a state administered program, because that's going to cost actually more. We're looking at figuring out a way to get a person who can provide assistance.
Okay, can I follow up then? So it seems like maybe if we just reconfigure the list of people who are on this task force, to include the cooperative and perhaps NRCS or New Hampshire Farm Bureau, can we be that specific?
I think that, let's go back to your parking lot analogy. Even if you put a couple of people who actually know how to park cars in the parking lot, they're still parking cars. The real question is, that I see is this something that I think the first thing is the bill as written with a task force just won't work. And I think we probably have pretty strong agreement on that point. But the goal of the bill, which is to get energy assistance to farmers who could really use it, is a laudable goal. And so the question is, do we need legislation to be able to do that? Or do we need legislation from this committee to do that? Without Cooperative Extension in the room giving us advice on what their mechanisms are, I don't think we can do that. Mm-hmm. We won't know that. Right. I suspect that probably the best way to go about this is for me to discuss with Ken LaValle what the process is, and if that process is Extension specifically asking for more money from in the budget process for this targeted position, then that is something that Extension would have to do, or that would have to go, from Extension to the university and then to the budget committee. But it's not. But that's and we could, as a committee, potentially write a letter of support if everyone on the committee agrees. But we would not be doing the legislation. And so my feeling at this point is our best action on this bill is probably to retain it in case it turns out there's something we can do with it. But I don't think that we can do I don't think that we can do something with this bill on the timescale it takes to get it into the budget process with our acting as a committee.
Yeah, because if we were to amend this bill to purely be some sort of appropriation for UNH Extension, that would have to be out by February 16th.
Right.
In order to get to finance.
And we don't have enough time to act.
We don't have time to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with Peter. I mean, if it's my things would be ITL it or retain it. Those are the two options.
Mm-hmm. Representative Howard?
I agree in principle. When you say a position at the co-op, is that when you talk to Ken LaValle, did you say a position or just a suggestion that they advise us?
So when I talked with him before, he said that in order to be able to do this, they would need to have another either position or half position. I don't remember exactly. I don't know that he's done the research on how much labor he would need in order to do it, but he said that he did not currently have the capacity with his current staff to just start this program without without some more staff assistance. And the impression I got was that it would be one person. I'm not sure whether it would be one person or a half-time person, but that's he said that there would need to be more support to extension to be able to take this on.
This is just a question. So, I know that the person that I was talking about with our grants for our county is on the New Hampshire State Conservation Committee. I'm on the governor's task force for the humane treatment of animals. There's a lot of committees out there already established with the state. Is there anything that focuses on this particular subject? And maybe that's what we need to look at.
The information I got is that there are some organizations that are doing things that are kind of related, but there's not anything that is focused directly on this. I have not touched base with Clean Energy New Hampshire to find out how the circuit rider program works. That is another possible avenue. It might, another possible avenue would be if the Farm Bureau gets their energy committee together, they may be able to direct farmers to a range of resources that are available. And what I'm concerned about is I don't want our farmers to miss out on things because they look at the application process. First of all, they have to figure out where the application process is because there's no centralized source of where that information. And then once they find something they might be able to apply for, they look at it and they say, oh, I need this federal form, that federal form, and that federal form, and I don't know how to fill them out, and I don't have time to fill them out because I need to fix my tractor. I need to, find an additional source of feed for my animals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there are, it's the sort of thing where doing government paperwork may have a long-term benefit, but it's not going to deal with what needs to happen immediately on the farm. And so it seems like having some mechanism for assisting farmers with filling it out would be highly beneficial. I know that Extension does some level of assistance in terms of other business operations in terms of figuring out long-term planning, figuring out how to use a spreadsheet to sort out your resources and finances and whatnot. And it seems like it might be this would be kind of in line with that sort of help.
I wonder if Representative Vose's Energy Committee has any any bills going to finance that he could tack on, that's being amended anyway, that he could tack on some sort of appropriation for UNH Extension for energy relief for farmers.
Okay.
I think it's a little premature for us to be talking about putting an appropriation in right now.
Okay.
Only because I think there's a lot of other viable options out there with like the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, the National Resources, and you know, if we can get these groups talking to
Talking,
each
right.
other, I mean, why not try that avenue first?
Yeah. So would it be worthwhile maybe for our committee to draft some sort of letter to these different organizations, asking them to collaborate with one another on this issue?
That seems like a reasonable possibility. I'm also going to follow up with Ken Lavalley, because if it's something where he can put in a request without going through us, then that would be, I mean, there's, then that wouldn't require action on our part.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so, but I think that if there is going to be an appropriation request during this cycle, that it's going to have to come from Extension without our intervention. And I don't think that trying to put it through the Energy Committee would be any better than trying to put it through us. I
Gotcha.
think it's got to be them making the ask.
Right. Yep. Representative Kenny.
I don't know how much helpful information this will be, but we're having solar put on our house, and I spoke to the consultant, and I think when the people came in for the hearing, they were talking about Kimball Farm down in Massachusetts. He said that that was a special project that was done years ago, and it was a different setup. And so you can't compare Kimball to what's happening in New Hampshire. It's separate. It was done almost 20 years ago, and they really put a lot into it because it was an experiment. And he said that that was his understanding because he's been in the industry. So anyway, in case there was a comparison, like why aren't the New Hampshire farmers getting this? It was because he said it was a different program.
Yeah.
Representative
Yeah, so
Bixby.
that makes sense. I mean, Massachusetts has a different way of doing their energy support for solar energy and renewable energy, fairly more aggressive than New Hampshire, and so I don't it's so I don't think that Kimball Farm is actually any sort of model for what we would want to do here. We're looking more at, we know there are now federal funds out there. We want our farmers to be able to take advantage of that. There are certain red tape hurdles that it would be, rather than having a $50 million small business that happens to be in a rural part of New England getting the large chunk of that money, we would like to see that money going to a number of small farms in New Hampshire. But our small farms don't have the red tape cutting ability that a bigger business does. Figuring out avenues for cutting that red tape, and I think probably a combination of what Rep. Comtois is saying about getting the Farm Bureau, the Farmers Union, NRCS, et cetera, involved, and seeing if Co-op Extension can help out as well, probably is our best bet. And I like Chairman Aaron's idea of writing a letter to the various organizations saying, this is something that's on our radar. Is there a way that you guys can get together and collaborate on this to make it work better?
Yeah. Okay, so any other comments about this? Because I think that's probably the way to go. And I don't know if you and I can draft up something if you want to do that.
Yes, that makes sense.
And I guess I was looking on the dateline and plans of when we were going to hear bills and when we were going to exec bills. And I guess this bill would end up getting exec on somewhere February 28th-ish.
Oh.
So, we have time because it's not an early bill we have time to think about whether we want to ITL or retain, but in the meantime, we can draft up a letter, I think.
I think that makes sense.
Okay. Anything further on this? I guess unless we have anything further, then I think we can pretty much convene on, or adjourn this discussion. Are we all set? Yeah, okay. Well, I guess, no, go ahead.
No, this is something different, so adjourn.
Oh, all right. So I'll adjourn the subcommittee work session on HB 369.
Do we know if we have any?
Thank you.
We have any substitutes today?
We do not.
Oh, everyone's going to be here?
Everyone's going to be here, as I know.
Yes.
I mean, I don't have to go through and chicken scratch? Oh my
No,
God.
no.
It's like shocking.
All right. So I know the agricultural subcommittee, I know that there was some talk between you and I about HB 221 coming to our subcommittee.
Will next week work for that?
Next week is 2/7, is it not? Yeah.
Yeah.
We could do that at 9 a.m.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So, let's see. HB 221 is the bill relative to the acquisition of agricultural land development rights. And I just wanted to double check, make sure that's not an early bill. It's not. So that's not an early bill either. And I think we could get together at 9 a.m. next week and talk about HB 221.
Right.
We have it on the docket today for the exec session, but I guess you were going to Representative Bixby was going to make a motion to defer it to subcommittee and not exec it out today.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the plan.
I can,
Hmm. How we defer it.
I know that, I'm pretty sure I've seen that done before, so I know that there's gotta be.
Well, there's been new information, so I think it makes sense. If there's new information and it's not an early bill, it's not critical to.
So would we retain it?
I think
today?
I think it's re-refer to committee.
Let me go ask.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I guess we're good.
So, and I can, I should be able to get Commissioner
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture Committee. We are going to open up our exec session with a pledge of allegiance and then take a roll call.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Aaron,
Here.
Representative Creighton,
Here.
Representative Comtois here, Representative Verville,
Here.
Representative Davis, Representative Brouillard,
Here.
Representative Coolin, Representative Kenny, Representative Potenza,
Here.
Representative Smart, Representative Bixby,
Here.
Representative Sofakidis, Representative Dutsey, Representative Murray, Representative Germana, Representative Haskins, Representative Howard, Representative Nab, Representative Morse, and Representative Voigt.
Here.
Everyone is here, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open up the exec session on HB 79. And I would like to hear a motion. Representative Bixby.
I move ought to pass on HB 79, and I'll be presenting an amendment.
Do I hear a second?
I second, ma'am.
Representative Creighton seconds. Any discussion?
So.
Do you like to explain your motion? I mean,
Right, so the bill as it was presented to us was, there was a number of, a lot of testimony indicating that it was not really workable, but one of the key points that came out of that was that there are many issues with the chapter RSA 4034 that may be out of date now that a lot of that is, material is governed by the FSMA, the Food Safety Modernization Act. So the idea came up that we could reduce a number of regulations that are outdated and in chapter 434 by doing a study committee on that and identifying problems with that chapter. It also came up that for a lot of the that FSMA is currently administered under the under RSA 426, which also does a certain amount of regulation of standards for food products and farm products and grading. So I added to the study committee in my amendment RSA 426. So what the study committee would do, and I should probably just move on to moving the amendment and and pass out the amendment. Yes. So we have an amendment. And if I didn't get, if the balance come out, no, if there are enough. If the balance doesn't come out, then just please bring the rest over to the other side. We don't have a printout. Yeah. All right, so at this point, I'd like to move, unless there's further discussion on the underlying bill, I'd like to move amendment HB 79. Move the amendment.
amendment is 0212H.
Yes. So I'd like to move amendment 2023-0212H to HB 79.
Okay. And we have a second.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
So what what this bill does, what the amendment does is it replaces the entire bill with a bill creating a study committee, and the study committee, to study laws relative to standards for farm products and marketing and grading commodities. The committee will have 4 members, 3 members from the House appointed by the Speaker and 1 member from the Senate. The duties of the committee, which is the core of this bill, is the committee shall review RSA 426 and RSA 434 and assess, are the statutes consistent with current regulatory needs and practices? Are there overlapping, redundant, or conflicting statutes in RSA 426 and 434? And do any statutes need to be transferred from one chapter to the other to provide clarity and consistency? And then the rest of it is how the committee gets put together initially, and when the report needs to come out, which is by November 1st of 2023.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'd like to ask the clerk to take a roll call vote for this amendment.
Yes, we are voting on the adoption of Amendment 2023-0212H on HB 79. Representative Creighton?
Creighton votes yes.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville?
Yes.
Representative Davis? Yes. Representative Brouillard?
Yes.
Representative Coulon? Yes. Representative Kenny? Representative Potenza?
Yes.
Representative Smart?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis? Yes. Representative Dutzy? Yes. Representative Murray? Yes. Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Yes.
Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Nab? Yes. Representative Morse? Yes. Representative Vogt?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
The chair votes yes.
Twenty zero, motion, the
adopt the
amendment is
amendment.
adopted.
Wonderful. And do I hear a motion for OTPA on this bill? HB
Yes.
79?
I will move OTPA with amendment 2023-0212H.
And do I hear a second?
I second that motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are voting on HB 79 with an OTPA. Representative Creighton?
Creighton votes yes.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville?
Yes.
Representative Davis? Yes. Representative Brouillard?
Yes.
Representative Coulon? Yes. Representative Kenny? Yes. Representative Potenza?
Yes.
Representative Smart?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis? Yes. Representative Dutzy? Yes. Representative Murray? Yes. Representative Haskins?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Nab? Yes. Representative Morse? Yes. Representative Vogt?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Chair votes yes.
20-0, motion passes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we need to put in who is going to be writing the committee report, please. And do we want this on consent?
The committee report, I believe, would be written by Representative Bixby. And would anybody object for this being put on consent calendar? Seeing none, it will be on consent. I close the exec on HB 79 and we move over to HB 128 relative to repealing state seed labeling license requirements. Do I hear a motion on that? Representative Creighton.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to ITL HB 128.
Do I hear a second?
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Creighton?
Yes, ma'am. The bottom line is on 128 that we were presented a lot of different facts, but there was no compelling testimony as to the requirement for this bill. And so I think that we've got a bill that's looking for a solution.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this bill? Representative Bixby?
Yes, so, back in 20, I believe it was 2014 or 15. 2014, there was the exemption was brought to us as a bill, and at that point, before then, you needed a seed license no matter how few seeds you were selling. And the committee felt that it was, that if someone wanted to be able to sell a few seeds for their own saved seeds at a farmer's market or something, they shouldn't have to go through the entire seed licensing process, but that this should be basically available on just a very small basis, because in order to have a clear and safe supply of seeds for larger growers in the state, so essentially farmers, the seed inspection process really needed to stay in place. And we debated for a long time what was the maximum number of seeds that you should be able to sell. And initially we were thinking it should be on the order of maybe a pound or two, because a pound of tomato seeds is an awful lot of tomato plants. And then someone brought up, well, what about corn and beans, because those seeds are heavier. And we thought, okay, we're just going to put it at the highest conceivable limit that anyone would possibly use if they were going to be doing this just like farmers markets and that sort of thing, and farm stands. And we said, okay, 25 pounds is more than anyone is going to be selling under that basis. And I would still, and we did not hear anyone come to the committee hearing saying that the 25-pound limit was in any way a problem. So I would concur with Representative Creighton's assessment that this is a solution seeking a problem.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to have a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are voting ITL on HB 128-FN. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes yea.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Yes. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coolin. Yes. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Yes. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis. Yes. Representative Dutzy. Yes. Representative Murray. Yes. Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab. Yes. Representative Morse. Yes. Representative Vogt.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Chair votes yes.
20-0, motion passes.
Thank you. I'll close the exec on 128.
Excuse me, Madam
Oops.
Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. that's
Do you
right.
want this on consent?
Is it okay for it to be on consent? Seeing no objection, yes. Let's put it on consent.
And
Thank you.
Representative Creighton will be doing the.
And Representative Creighton will be doing the
That goes to Representative
committee
Creighton.
report. Oh, well, here you go. The second one. You could do one or the other. I gave you a duplicate. Okay, sorry. So I close the exec on 128 and open the exec hearing on HB 138 relative to oversight of the Commissioner of Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food.
Molly Howard.
And do I hear a motion for that? Representative Howard?
I move ought to pass on HB 138.
Okay, and do I hear a second? Okay, Representative Howard, would you like to speak to your motion?
Given that the clerical position relative to assisting the veterinary examiners is already have already closed that down, and the provisions relative to the contagious equine metritis has also been discontinued, the provisions are no longer needed.
Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I direct the clerk to call the roll on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HB 138 OTP. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes yay.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coolin. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis. Representative Dutzy. Representative Murray. Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab. Representative Morse. Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Chair votes yes.
20-0. Do we want this on consent?
Any objection to it being on the consent calendar? Nope, seeing none, let's put it on consent, and Representative Howard will be doing the report on this. Yep. Pass that down, please. Okay, so I close the exec on HB 138 and open the exec on HB 152. Do I hear a motion on HB 152?
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Representative Germana.
I move ought to pass on HB 152.
Do I hear a second? Thank you, Representative Smart. Representative Germana, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill provides some statutory definition for soil additives, which is consistent with the chapter in which it is contained. And if I may, I'd like to refer to Representative Bixby to explain some of the changes around the definition for inspection fees and appropriate penalties.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
So, this makes a number of small changes to clear up things in the chapter that were outdated. One of them was the amount of the the penalty if a seller of fertilizer did not file a report, and that penalty was previously insufficient to actually provide any incentive. And this bill allows the commissioner to set that fee, that penalty in rules. And it also changes previously if someone were shorted on their fertilizer, if the quality of the fertilizer was deficient, you had to be buying at least a ton of the fertilizer to get a refund on that through the penalty payment. And now this says that anybody that is sold deficient fertilizer can get the refund. And it also changes the way that the value of fertilizer is calculated by simply looking at the invoiced price rather than doing a survey of all of the fertilizer producers out there. And it also removes an exemption for selling fertilizers at retail, that those exempted fertilizers should, by nearly a decade later, should already have been sold out, so that exemption is no longer needed.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. Any other comment from the committee? Seeing none, I am directing Madam Clerk to call a roll. Oh, dear.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
This is OTP on HB 152. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes yay.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coolin. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis. Representative Dutzy. Representative Murray. Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab. Representative Morse. Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair votes yes.
20-0. Do we want this on consent?
Thank you. Any objection to it be put on consent? Seeing none, let's put it on consent. And this goes to Representative Germana,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
and I will close the hearing on HB 152. I will open up the exec on HB 221. And I want to advise the committee that we will not be execing this bill. We are instead going to be execing this bill on February 7th. So I'm going to recess this until February 7th. There's been some new information that's come to us. And so we will be recessing this, this exec until February 7th. Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair,
Representative Bixby.
do you also want to make a note that we're going to be doing a subcommittee?
Yes, yes,
Hearing on
yes. I have, we'll make arrangements for February 7th at 9 a.m. to have a AG Agriculture Policy Committee, Subcommittee work session on HB 221. Okay. Okay. Now I will open up the exec session on HB 252. And I'm passing around an amendment to the committee. Do I hear a motion for this? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move for the adoption of Amendment 20230186H for HB 252.
Okay, well, first we have to say that we want to, the motion is for auto pass, but you're presenting an amendment, correct?
First, and then.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt this amendment. And Representative Bixby seconds. Would you like to speak to your amendment, please, Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment just fixed a clerical error in the original amendment and changed where it said amend RSA 47 to RSA 47:17 to make it sure it was being appropriated to the correct section of that RSA. It's just a clerical.
Thank you.
The amendment number is 2023-0186H. 2023-0186H.
Pass that to Representative Smart.
There might be an extra over there.
Okay, did everybody get a copy? Oh, there's copies coming. Okay. There's an extra anybody else need? Okay. Any other discussion on this amendment? Madam Clerk, would you like to take a roll call on this amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for the adoption of Amendment 2023-0186H. Representative Creighton?
Creighton votes yay.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville?
Yes.
Representative Davis? Representative Brouillard?
Yes.
Representative Coolin? Representative Kenny? Representative Potenza?
Yes.
Representative Smart? Representative Bixby? Representative Sofakidis? Representative Dutsey? Representative Murray? Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Yes.
Representative Howard? Representative Nab? Representative Morse? Representative Voigt?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Chair votes yes.
amendment is adopted 20-0.
Thank you. And do I hear a motion for OTPA on HB 252? I'm sorry?
We have to vote on the bill with the amendment.
Yes,
We have to move the amendment.
right.
Move the bill, the OTPA, and then we have discussion on that.
Right.
I will make a motion to OTPA with Amendment 2023-01868.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion? Would you like to speak to your motion?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. The reason this was brought forth, I think, was very simple, is that noise ordinances are going in at the local levels, and people are not understanding what agricultural purposes are and don't understand the complexities and the times when people in agriculture actually have to be out doing their jobs. If you have a tree fall on your fence at 3 a.m. in the morning, you need to go out there and start that chainsaw. And that would be in violation of a noise ordinance. If you have to start up a tractor at 1 o'clock in the morning to pull out a calf, that would be in violation of a noise ordinance. What this bill does is exempt those practices so that there will be no question that they are actually legal activities and the farmers will not be stressed out regarding these practices.
Any further discussion?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes?
It was my understanding that there was going to be a second amendment to this bill. Is that incorrect?
There has not been another amendment presented. Representative Bixby.
So one aspect of this that came up during our discussion after that came up in the hearing and then in our discussion after the hearing was what about agritourism, and would it be would the fact that this bill as written and as with this minor clerical correction that it would allow farms to be exempt, both including their agritourism operations, and if a farm had doing weddings or some events like that as part of their operation, and that ended up creating bands or whatever at the event venue, that would not, the municipalities would not be able to say, well, there's a certain hour beyond which you can't have that sort of event or that aspect of agritourism making that kind of noise, and that was seen by a number of people as a problem with this bill. I believe that there is an amendment available to address that problem, so I would be in favor of this bill if there could be that removal of the exemption for specifically for agritourism. I will have difficulty with the bill if that exemption, if agritourism is still included.
Madam Chair.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, there was another amendment prepared. However, when reading further information that I was given and understanding what agritourism is, if you remove agritourism from this bill, you are saying to farmers who have corn mazes or do hay rides or have any special events on their farms in the evening that they are not exempted from a noise ordinance. I mean, I know that we're focusing on weddings only and bands, but the majority of agritourism in the state is not weddings and bands. It is haunted hay rides. It could be corn mazes. It could be a fundraiser for a local food bank. We don't know. There are a lot of activities that go on. It could be a moonlight walk on your farm, and that people might be having a good time and around a campfire, and that they would no longer be able to do that if a noise ordinance might be enforced. So to exempt agritourism in its total, I think would be a disservice and be harmful to farms in general.
Representative Dutzy.
Okay. Am I correct that local ordinances would cover local farms and that local communities still are assuming that this law does not pass, at the present time, local communities are able to regulate noise ordinances in farming communities so that they can meet the needs of their communities. Is that correct?
Representative Comtois?
That is correct. However, with the increase of people, I know in my town where we are seeing an influx of people coming in to retire, they don't want to be disturbed before a certain hour or disturbed after a certain hour during the day. They actually tried to put in a very draconian noise ordinance, which would have been detrimental to every farmer in my town that I live in. We have over 10 farms just in the small town that I live in. And to cause them more stress and any added degree of worrying about what they do and not do is harmful. And all we're asking for is people to just stop farming.
Madam Chair.
Representative Verville?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have to confess, I believe that the agritourism should also be exempt. The New Hampshire farmers are not getting rich. They're not getting rich fast, and they need every source of income that they can come up with. We always talk about how much we value agriculture in the state. We always hear testimony about how much people like the open space and the open land. And those benefits, I agree, they're real. And if we're going to protect them, we have to make sure that people have multiple means of earning a living. Some years of farming are very good. Some years of farming are very, very lean. And to offset marginal years or years of losses, allowing people to do other things with property, with their private property, is in the best interest of the state of New Hampshire, in my belief. And so, while I appreciate some of the concerns that have been brought forth, I'll support the bill as currently amended. I would have trouble supporting the bill if it was to carve out agritourism as being subject to local noise ordinance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Verville. Representative Dotsie?
Yes, I respect the comments made by Representative Verville and Representative Comtois, and I understand that. But I believe in past sessions, we've had difficulty with the definition of agriculture. And one of my concerns would be that you get let's say, a neighbor who has a couple of acres of land and a tractor and decides that he's having a feud with another neighbor and fires up his tractor at 3 a.m. and can disrupt the whole area just not based on agriculture, but based on possibly a neighborhood feud. And my concern is, I apologize for not being able to be at the public hearing, but are there any things in place so that something like this can be addressed and a farmer cannot use this ordinance to aggravate other neighbors?
Representative Comtois?
The chapter RSA 2134-A defines what agriculture is. It's very specific, but it is broad in spectrum at times. So I'll just leave it at that. But if it is under RSA 21:34-A.
Representative Howard?
I wonder if we were to exclude the agritourism from this bill, from the exemptions, don't we return the power to grant people like permission to the municipalities? Couldn't they, if you were planning to have an event or if you do hay rides over the course of the fall or something like that, couldn't you apply to your municipality and that way the path is sort of smooth for you?
Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a problem with the noise ordinance because of a rooster. How likely do you think that town is going to allow someone to have anything after the hours?
Madam Chair.
Representative Verval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, if I may. And I appreciate the point. I certainly do. When I read this amendment, in my view, allows a community to essentially shut down agritourism based on noise ordinance. So it actually has the potential to zone out a business. And that's antithetical to the New Hampshire way. I don't disagree that the hypothetical could come true, but I don't see that as a widespread problem. Further, if there is sort of this grudge match between neighbors, which unfortunately does occur, if firing up the tractor on the property line at odd hours isn't allowed, they will find some other way to begrudge their neighbors. We're talking about potentially shutting down an industry for the potentiality of a grudge match between neighbors occurring. And for me, that is not a sound reason to set such a strict state policy. And for that reason, this amendment gives me great concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can only speak to what happens in our town, but we do have a farm that holds weddings, and they have an exemption to do several a year. But this completely takes the recourse away from the town and tries to mitigate that situation. And a farm having a wedding, it's agritourism, but it's a really big event, and it's a really big impact on the abutters. And I think not having that exemption is really problematic. I think Representative Dutzy also spoke to the fact that I think this bill entirely is too broad, because the definition of farming is so broad that anyone who has one rooster, anyone who has one raised bed is essentially a farm by definition. And so I think this bill essentially cripples towns from having any sort of noise ordinance. Anyone could say, I grow pumpkins in my backyard, so therefore I can do anything any hour of the day. So I appreciate the spirit of the bill, because we have so many farms in my town, and I do want to support them. But I think as it's written, it's overly broad. I think not having an exemption for agritourism could be really disastrous. Thank you.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate my colleague Representative Ferval's reference to kind of the New Hampshire way, and it puts me in the mind of a similar comment that the governor made in his inaugural address about the New Hampshire way. What I sometimes get confused about is what local control means, right? I mean, if there's an argument about we need to have local control and resist, for example, regulations at the level of the federal government, and yet in other cases it's okay if that control is in Concord and not in Keene or in Cheshire County or in other of our local communities. So when we talk about what local control means, I'm concerned because there's an inconsistency about how we apply that term. In this case, I think that giving localities the opportunity to work through these issues and make those decisions based upon the input of their citizens is, to my mind, a preferable example of the New Hampshire way.
Representative Davis.
Yeah, it just, it leads me to wonder, why is this being talked about just with agriculture? Like, what if any of us have a wedding at our property, have a graduation party? I mean, we have the ability to make the same noise without it being agriculture, and the farmers, I think, need all the help they can get. I believe this is sustaining a lot of the farms. So I know that's a commercial end of it. It's not a private thing, but there's only so many weekends. There's only so many times this is going to be had in a year. I don't really feel like it's our place to legislate that they cannot have these functions.
Representative Smart.
I also, thank you, Madam Chair. We have a Airbnb up the road from us that's also a working farm. And they hold weddings there. I live in a very small community, large acreage wise, but small people wise. And we've had people complain about the noise from the bands. And what we have done as a community was go to the people that are hosting it and just saying at a certain time, can we lower the noise for the band? Just so that it's not reverberating across a community. So therefore they can still have their venue. But we're handling it more as a community rather than a law. being passed. So it's more neighborly, which I think is the New Hampshire way.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Representative Bixby.
Yes. I think, I'd like to move, amendment, amendment, 2023-0178H, and which would remove the agritourism from the exemption. And, we can then further discuss whether or not, we're going to keep that in place, or add that to the bill.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, would you like to speak to that motion, Representative Bixby?
Yes, so, I think there's a combination of, well, I guess one of the reasons that I think that it's important to attach this amendment is because this is an issue that was raised to me, and I think it was also raised in the hearing by both the Farm Bureau and by the commissioner, that the not having this exemption from the exemption for agritourism could create further problems. And I think that I'm just I value the advice of the Farm Bureau. I value the advice of the commissioner, and I think that that the commissioner has been fielding a number of questions related to agritourism and to the boundaries of it, and he's familiar with enough with this that I evaluated his advice on it.
Any other comment? Representative Verville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't disagree, I suppose, in principle. I guess my preference would be that the state committee take a reactive approach to potential problems after they manifest themselves, rather than taking a proactive approach and carving out certain types of businesses on anecdotes of it being some sort of serious problem in the state. I don't believe it is a serious problem in the state. I think it's highly unlikely to become a serious problem in the state. And so I would say that we should not pass this amendment. We should pass the bill as we've previously amended it. And then if a problem, if people can come forth and demonstrate that there is an actual problem, that would be a better time for us to legislate corrective action. So that would be my preference. And for that reason, I think I'll be voting against this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Verville, thank you for that, and I concur with your comments. Representative Howard.
This doesn't pertain to the noise issue that we're talking about here, but in my town, we do have some people who came into the town and bought a piece of property and started calling themselves a farm, and did a bunch of stuff without any permits from the town. And when they were called into the town to start the process of negotiating with the town for permitting, and they used the agriculture as a defense against needing to check with the town at all. So I think that taking the power to legislate important things like what you do, like how you use your land, that is harmful to the community, that needs to stay in the hands of the municipalities and not. And so I think that by eliminating the exemption from agritourism, it gives the town a chance to apply its ordinances.
Any other comment on this amendment? Seeing none, Representative Comtois, ask you to call the roll on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are voting on the amendment 2023-017H for HB 252. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes nay.
Representative Comtois, no. Representative Verville.
No.
Representative Davis. No. Representative Brouillard.
No.
Representative Coolin. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
No.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby? Yes. Representative Sofakidis? No. Representative Dutzy? Yes. Representative Murray? Yes. Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Yes.
Representative Howard? Yes. Representative Nab? Representative Morse? Representative Voigt?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair votes no.
motion fails. Vote is 9 yes, 11 nays.
Okay, so that brings us back to voting on HB 252 with the amendment that previously passed. Do I hear a motion on that?
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion to pass HB 252 with Amendment 2023-0186H.
Do I hear a second? Representative Verval?
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, I'd like you to call the roll on OTPA for HB 252.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are voting on HB 252 with Amendment 2023-0186H. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes yea.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verval.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coulon. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby. Representative Sofakidis. Representative Dutzy. Representative Murray. Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Haskins.
No.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab. Representative Morse. Representative Voigt.
No.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair votes yes.
12-8, motion passes.
Okay,
The question is does anyone want to do a minority report?
who would, Representative Nab will write the minority report. And Representative Comtois, you will vote, you will write the majority report. Thank you. Okay. Close the exec on HB 252 and we move on to HB 300. Do I hear a motion for HB 300?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
What is your motion, Representative Murray?
Thank you. I'd like to speak to the amendment for, I'd like to make a motion of OTP on the amendment 2023-0169H. Yes, you submitted it electronically, I believe.
I did send it out to everybody. I don't have a hard copy in front of me. But basically,
May
would
I
you like
speak
to
to that?
speak to
Yes,
that? Yep.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. So basically, the amendment just looks at the radius that we had discussed. Instead of it being 50 miles, it was reduced down to 20 miles. And so basically, that would just replace that language in that respect. It's just shortening that circumference.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to speak to that amendment? Seeing none?
Oh, Representative Bixby? Oh, sure. I'll read it again. It is 2023-0169H.
Madam Chair?
So,
Madam Chair?
Representative Bixby.
yeah, so,
Excuse me, one moment. Did we have a second on that?
That was going to be my point of order.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
sorry.
We
Second.
need a second on the
Um,
amendment.
okay,
Yeah, I'll second that. Pardon me.
okay, so we now have a second, and now I can make a brief comment, right?
Right, now you can speak to
Okay,
your motion.
So, the original bill had, said that the radius, that there had to be an available, processor for, food waste, in order for an organization or a company or a business to be governed by this, to be 50 miles, and in in the hearing, we heard that neighboring states typically had 20 miles, and we didn't feel that it was necessary to be stricter than neighboring states, so we reduced it to 20 miles.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. Any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, Representative Comtois, would you take the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to adopt Amendment 2023-0169H. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes yay.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coolin. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis. Representative Dutsy. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab. Representative Moore. Representative Vogt.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair votes yes.
20-0, amendment is adopted.
And do I hear a motion for OTPA?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to speak to my motion. I have one.
Oh, well,
Go ahead, Representative Murray.
you make the motion.
Yes,
and you
I'd like
speak
to make a motion. So I'd like to make the motion of OTPA on House Bill 300 with the amendment 2023-0169H. And if I could, may I speak to my, oh, that's right, I can't. Sorry, thank you.
Do I hear a second on that? I will second that. Okay.
Now you can speak.
Oh, yeah. Would you speak to that motion? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I got
So-
lost.
No, that's okay. Thank you. So HB 300 as amended would basically look to ban food waste generators who produce more than a ton or more of food waste from disposing that in landfills. And based on what we know has come out of our solid waste working groups, these are recommendations that we are working towards as a state collectively that would also go towards our waste disposal reduction goals. And so to that end, I would urge OTPA.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this, Representative Bixby?
Yeah, sort of to amplify that, one food waste going into landfills is one of the greatest generators of off-gassing from landfills. It is also very heavy. The tonnage of organic waste going into landfills is substantial. It is something that is doesn't really has other use, higher and better uses than going into a landfill. So one of the things that the bill does is it creates a set of diversion goals. So if the food waste is waste that is actually viable for being used to feed people who need the food, there are methods of diverting it to food banks, food pantries. That is a higher diversion method than, and that would count towards 1,000 pounds of diversion. If it is compostable, then it could be used as animal feed. Those are also viable methods of diversion. So the idea is that by using the hierarchy in the bill of diverting it to the best uses, we can remove this waste stream from the landfill. The reason for the 1,000 pounds is because the 1 ton is that we need to jumpstart an industry to be able to handle this. And by starting with large producers, it will make it easier for businesses to start up or to move into the area that would be able to handle those larger, more concentrated amounts before figuring out how to deal with picking up a few pounds here and there from a lot of residential sources, which is much more challenging logistically than picking up from concentrated sources. So a secondary effect of this bill should be that it will generate businesses in New Hampshire that will be able to handle this waste.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. Representative Murray.
Thank you. In addition to that, there are goals that both the working group and the solid waste management plan have worked towards, and one of those is also to work towards industry, supporting industry solutions. And so I think that this bill also supports those goals within those working groups as well.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak in favor of the bill. I recently attended a city council meeting in Keene where there was a presentation by the assistant director of the landfill in Keene. And he was talking to the council about how we're running out of space in our landfill. This is a serious issue we're going to have to start considering. And I know that Keene is not going to be alone in that. So as much food waste as we can divert will be extremely helpful in terms of using that space wisely. And I also wanted to speak also briefly to a point that Representative Bixby made about the opportunities this creates for businesses to begin to fill this niche. We've got a great startup business in Keene, Elm City Compost Initiative. And that's been growing, working with residents. I used their services and they're fantastic. You can drop them off at the co-op. They have a place where you can drop it off, or there's curbside pickup as well. So I also see this as a great opportunity to stimulate some small businesses who can move into this niche and take advantage of the program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comment? Seeing none, I'd like to direct the clerk for a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're voting on OTPA for HB 300-FN with Amendment 2023-0169H. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes yay.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Yes. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coolin. Yes. Representative Kenny. Yes. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby. Yes. Representative Sofakidis. Representative Dutsey. Yes. Representative Murray. Yes. Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Yes. Representative Nab. Yes. Representative Morse. Yes. Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair votes yes.
motion passes 20-0.
Thank you. That can't go on consent because it is, got, yeah, it's got too much money attached to it. Okay. So I'm going to close the exec on HB 300 and open the exec on HB 462. And I would like to make a motion ought to pass and with an amendment, to adopt an amendment. The amendment to this bill is from Representative Ebel is 2023-0159H. And her amendment clears up the language. Oh, do I hear a second, by the way? Thank you, Representative Bixby.
Yes, you got it.
Okay. So I'd like to speak to my amendment here, the amendment that was presented. This amendment clears up the language which is in the bill regarding extra sources of income to this fund. The fund is the Solid Waste Management Fund. And so the wording includes United States Environment Protection Agency and other federal agencies, gifts, donations of money, grants, legislative appropriations, or any other matching funds and its incentives. So this is good because this allows the fund to accept monies from other places other than general fund. Do I hear any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Bixby.
Just to, the original version had a phrasing that made it seem like all of the money had to be coming from some sort of EPA or federal source in one reading of it. And what this amendment does is it just makes the wording clear.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, I direct the clerk to take roll call on the amendment adoption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're voting to adopt Amendment 2023-0159H for Bill HB 462-FN-A. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes yay.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coolin. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby. Representative Sofakidis. Representative Dutsy. Representative Murray. Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab. Representative Morse. Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair votes yes.
20-0, the amendment is adopted.
Thank you. And I'd like to make a motion to pass HB 462 OTPA with this amendment that we just voted on. Do I hear a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Representative Voigt. And I'll speak to this amendment, to this bill with its amendment. So we have a solid waste management fund, and we are looking to appropriate a sum of $2 million for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. That way we can fund the efforts to do the diversion programs where we would be supporting efforts to promote composting and keeping food waste out of our landfills. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I will be supporting it. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too concur with your statement. I think that this is a great first step to directing some dedicated funding to an area that we can use this for the sole purpose of recycling and compost initiatives. So I thank the committee for their work and support. Thank you.
Any other comments? Representative Voigt, I'm sorry. I
That's
didn't see
okay.
the-
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm just going to concur with everything that's been said. I think that this allows so much opportunity. We've heard in the past how our elementary schools are really working hard towards recycling efforts and composting efforts. And this bill will outline that. It will further that. And I work as an elementary teacher in a school that does do this program through Mr. Fox. And I think that supporting these efforts is really crucial as we move forward. So,
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yes, there's some possibility that this money will also be an appropriation listed within the governor's budget. They haven't gotten back. I gave them the information on it. They said they would consider it. I don't know, but if that's the case, then having a positive vote from our committee will give it a stronger position when this bill goes to finance.
Thank you. Any other comments? I request the clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Voting on HB 462-FN-A as amended with 20230159H. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes yay.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coolin. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis. Representative Dutsy. Representative Murray. Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab. Representative Morse. Representative Voigt.
yes.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair votes yes.
20-0, motion passes.
Okay, that can't go on consent either because there's money attached to it. So I am going to close the exec on HB 462 and open up the exec on HB 494. And I'm looking for a motion. Nope. Representative Bixby.
Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass on HB 494.
Do I hear a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Comtois. Representative Bixby, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this is a bill that came out of the study committee on soil conditioners last fall, and we learned that all the fees from fertilizer and lime are currently directed to the general fund, and we felt that in order to give the department clearer control over those funds, because they are being charged to programs they're being charged to people who are served by the department for the purpose of managing that program. We felt that it would be a clearer connection between the fee and what the fee is doing if we had those fees go to a dedicated fund within the Department of Agriculture for the purpose of administering that section of law.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. Any other comment? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's extremely important, as I've spoken before, that fertilizer actually be tested in this state, because with macro and micronutrients not at the levels it says on the label can have adverse effects on agriculture. And that's something we don't want, and it would shorten, we have such a short growing season. We need to make sure that everything is proper as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Comtois. Any other comment on this motion? Seeing none, I direct the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're voting on HB 494-FN OTP. Representative Creighton.
Creighton votes yay.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Yes. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coolin. Yes. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Yes. Representative Bixby. Yes. Representative Sofakidis. Yes. Representative Dutzy. Yes. Representative Murray. Yes. Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins. Yes. Representative Howard. Yes. Representative Nab. Yes. Representative Morse. Yes. Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Chair votes yes.
20-0. Motion passes.
This is another that cannot go on consent. Yep. So I will close the exec session on HB 494. And while I have you all here, I would like to say that we had members of our committee attend a session on what they call CRACE, C-R-A-S-E. And I would like Representative Creighton to give us an update about what that was all about.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Representative Bixby and Davis, who also attended the training, and you two gentlemen could keep me straight if I missed something. Bottom line, it was about 2.5 hours, very professionally done by the folks at the state. And I'm just going to boil it down to two things. One is they talked about fire escape and what we do. Bottom line is, if there's a fire in this building, we take the stairs, number one. The closest stairs is go out here, you make a left, and you go down and you assemble outside the building, at which point we'll take roll. And it'll be directly across the street from this exit here where the stairs are. So that's pretty straightforward. And the other one that we spent a lot of time was active shooter. And we've all seen the news, plenty of incidents of where that's happened, and they went through quite a few examples yesterday. Bottom line is, there's the doctrine is that you avoid the shooter if at all possible. Then you deny access to where you're at, and then you defend if necessary, recognizing that there are no rules in that fight, and that anything we can do to defend ourselves is considered fair game. And so Representative Davis and I took a look at this room, and what we're talking about is what happens if someone comes in here and threatens us, okay? So the first thing is that the chair and Representative Davis will have a code where Representative Davis, if he recognizes something is not right, will go outside, he'll notify security, call 911. That's his designated responsibility. The second aspect of this is to avoid. And so what we would do in this room, if someone was out in the hall, for example, is that we turn off the lights, turn off cell phones, or turn them down so they're not audible. And then we would move into this area and that area so we're not visible from these windows, so that if someone looked into the room, it would look empty. And the other thing we would do is we would block these doors by two methods.
Point of order.
Yeah.
is the online, thing currently on? Right, are we
Because
being
we should
broadcast?
recess.
Oh, it's a great question.
Yeah, that's, we should, the video's on.
No, that's good.
Um, So we should recess? Is
Okay,
that what-
yes, so we should not be, if we're talking about what we're gonna be doing in the case of an
That's a great point.
emergency, we shouldn't be making our plan available.
Yeah,
to
no,
everyone.
it's a great point.
At least turn
Okay.
off your microphones.
Yes. Okay, well, so I will recess our committee, and we will reconvene later for hearings, and I guess we shut off our mics. See you later.
Point of order, can we go into non-public?
I don't know, no, I don't think that we do that, no. So, we'll end our exec session, and our,
So, I think that the
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to Environment and Agriculture. I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 119, which is relative to homestead food operation licensure. And I don't know who is introducing this bill today. I believe Representative Coulon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee. My name is Matt Coulon, representing Grafton District 5, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 119 relative to homestead food operation licensure. This bill increases the maximum amount of the maximum annual gross sales of food a homestead food operation may sell and retain an exemption from food licensing provisions. And I have my own testimony. New Hampshire's homestead food laws offer a gateway for farmers, homesteaders, and budding entrepreneurs to access their local marketplace through farm stands, farmers markets, and beyond. Currently, a homestead food operation producing non-hazardous products is required to attain a Class H homestead license if they gross over $35,000 annually. HB 119 would increase the annual gross income threshold to $70,000 for those making low-risk foods, meaning makers of delicious cookies, breads, and other goods would be free to earn a decent income. Supporting HB 119 may create new opportunities for family farms and young entrepreneurs while enhancing New Hampshire's agritourism trade. Let's show our constituents that we wish to support their right to live free and prosper by voting OTP on HB 119, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Representative Coulon. Any questions from the committee? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you give me a sense of what the food license fees are?
If you make high-risk food or potentially hazardous foods, you need to obtain a license for that, for a homestead food operation.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I meant the amount. Like, what does a fee look like for?
I believe it's $150.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Dutzy.
Yes, Representative Coulon, are there any statistics that demonstrate how many homestead producers would fall into this category? How many, in other words, produce over $35,000?
DHS does not monitor the gross annual income of homestead food operations.
Any other questions? Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Have any individuals come forward to you saying that the $35,000 limit is an impediment and that they need to have a higher limit?
I believe we had online testimony submitted that said so to the committee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have a question about the current $35,000 limit. Now, if someone were to, start making jam or some product in their kitchen or on their farm, excuse me, and whatever product that they create takes off and is really successful. Do you believe that the $35,000 limit is kind of I mean, where do you think it would fall that would be somewhere where it would be profitable for the person to then maybe move into another space, a bigger space? I mean, it seems to me that there's sort of a point where it is better for them and more profitable for them to then become a real commercial enterprise.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment of the question. I mean, I think the free market would kind of determine when you would want to grow your business into a production facility and then, potentially enter retail marketplaces and things like that. So, yeah.
Okay,
Did I answer your question?
sort of. Okay. Any other questions, Representative Morse?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm just curious, if it's $150 for the food licensing fee, what goes along with getting the license and being inspected that is stopping people from being able to continue making breads and cookies and jams? How does that hurt their business to have that license?
I believe it supporting HB 19 would help to refocus the regulation to be more based on the risk factor of the food produced rather than the gross annual income.
Follow up.
Yeah, follow up?
So how does the license hurt their business?
I mean, what hurts or helps a business is dependent on that individual homestead food operation.
Representative Dutzy.
Yes, what was the impetus for this bill? How was it brought forward? Was it a constituent or a group that was concerned about the existing law?
Yeah, it was brought forward by a constituent that's going to offer testimony here today.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If the licensing is, or the regulations are based on the riskiness of the food, then why are we talking about the level of income from the business as a determining factor?
That's a really good question because it's in the statute and it's capped at a certain arbitrary amount. So we want to raise it.
Representative Howard.
So are you suggesting that the regulation should be along the lines of what kind of food they produce rather than how much of it they produce?
I mean, in my opinion, that would be, more helpful, but that's just my personal opinion.
Any other questions? Representative Bixby.
So, is there a reason for a cap at all?
I don't think so.
So it would be actually if someone were making $1 million worth of food in an uninspected home kitchen, that would be just fine.
There would be other regulatory bodies that would come into place if you had that, amount of income coming in. And you would also have organically transitioned into the retail market and having a production facility and things like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is the $70,000, is there any basis for that number, or are you just trying to expand the number? Is there any data around who falls into the 35,000 to 70,000? Or is it just an effort to loosen regulations?
I think it's an effort to heighten the cap on the gross annual income limitation.
Did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony and your idea. I've got a question regarding what is it an RSA what is defined as a hazardous food versus an unhazardous food? How is that defined?
It's defined in the, HHS has like a 7 or 8 page document that outlines all the regulations for what's low risk and what's potentially hazardous.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And I'd like to call Stephen Nass. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Mr.
Thank you for
Nass.
having me again. Just to refresh your guys' memory, having been here before, I represent the Free State Food Network, which is about 55 people that are professionals in the food industry in New Hampshire. So they're making money off of food. A lot of them are farmers, homesteaders, and they're very interested in this bill. I also have more than a decade of experience working in restaurants, and I grew up on a farm. So I'm acutely aware, and hopefully I can answer some of the questions that you asked the previous person giving testimony and provide a bit more context to it. And actually, I'd like to focus more on your questions than the testimony that I was really going to give. I believe it was asked why the 70K. Big reason for that is the previous number was too small to remain competitive. If you ask yourself, think about your own personal salaries in your life. Some of you may be retired, I'm not sure, but is 70K enough for you to operate a business and have all this overhead for revenue? Because 70K is not going to be taking into account all that. We need to look at the previous legislative sessions did increase the dollar amount once before, but the amount was too small to remain competitive with the rising cost of supply goods, supply chain issues, transportation, raw ingredient costs, and just the inflation of the dollar. So in order to remain competitive, we need to raise this amount or find another way to tie it to the rising cost of goods. There was a question, I believe, from over here about what fees are, and I think what we're really looking at is it's not so much the actual license dollar amount that is the burden, it's the high amounts of red tape. So if you look at the RSAs, if you are making over a certain amount and no longer fall into the homesteading operations, then you're going to need to have in your kitchen, you can't just have a normal sink, you need to have a 3-bay sink and a hand wash sink. You need to have many more inspections of your facilities based around fire code, based around just there's so many different tests you need to have and different agencies that need to come in and check you out, and including like annual inspections. So it's really the licensing fee is not the burden there. It's the mass amount of red tape that needs to happen instead. And I do think we need to be focusing on expanding these homestead operations in New Hampshire. What we've been seeing the past few years is a lot of supply chain issues. And I think that focusing on our local economy by expanding these things and allowing our neighbors to do business with each other more easier and smoother is going to help out a lot with that. So when you're going to the grocery store right now and you're seeing that eggs are however many dollars a dozen you're spending right now, I buy mine commercially as a restaurant owner, and I'm paying 40 cents an egg when it used to be 10, 12 cents an egg. By buying locally and using smaller local farms, I'm actually insulating myself against these issues that are affecting the entire country. So I think that we need to be moving in that kind of direction. And by expanding up to the 70K, it's going to allow more of these operations to grow, more of them to be competitive with the bigger corporations that currently are controlling a lot of our food chain. Thank you.
So I have a question,
Yes.
and I think I can articulate my question better this time. With regard to hitting the $70,000 threshold,
Yes.
would the homestead person then, do you feel, be in a better position financially to move to a situation where they can afford to get a 3-bay sink and all the other things that are needed for the bigger operation that they have.
Yeah, I think that that would put them in a much better position because I do think a lot of them would love to grow into a much larger size and get into like those bigger licenses. And in order to do that, they can't just be scraping by on the smallest dollar amount that we've already given them. They need to be able to invest in themselves and grow. And they do have a desire for some inspections, and they do have a desire for increased testing and that kind of thing as they grow, because as they grow, they're going to want to have employees, and they're going to want to delegate the different tasks of their operation. And so through that growth, they're going to be looking for these inspections and that kind of thing. So naturally, they're going to be looking out for safety.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so under the the homestead food exemption, what are the options for where a person can do their marketing?
Their marketing?
Where can a person sell if they are if they are under this exemption?
Currently, if correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's just out of their home or at farmers markets and farmer stands.
Okay, and do those outlets provide? Are people running up against being able to sell $35,000 worth of product at those venues?
Yeah, I do believe they are, and I do believe that by limiting the dollar amount, you're limiting what products they're able to sell as well. Like the farmer that has the cooler at the end of their driveway that's just selling eggs a dozen at a time is going to take a lot longer to hit that dollar amount than somebody that, for example, wants to sell entire cows, where you would raise a cow up and sell the entire cow to somebody, and you'll send it to get slaughtered and butchered and everything. So you're really limiting their ability to be competitive with the major farms.
Follow-up.
So does the sale of livestock fall under this exemption?
The sale of livestock, no, that would not be the sort of food. But I'm just using that as a general example of that they can't go for bigger ticketed items with their farm operations or just selling food in more bulk out of there or anything like that.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Nass. I'm just trying to understand this because I'm not very familiar with it, frankly. And I'm a huge proponent of home-cooked food, clean food. I try to get all my family members engaged in that activity because so few people seem to cook anymore. But at any rate, I'm trying to understand why food safety and home food production should be oppositional in some way, because I think inspections are a good thing. I think home cooked food and safe food should be one and the same. But if somebody's going to be doing a lot more, then I have a greater sense that more inspections will be good. And I haven't heard the huge prohibition for licensing other than $150 for the fee.
Well, I think when you're thinking about why we have these inspections and that sort of thing, I think one direction I think that you could ponder is how often does your own personal kitchen at home get inspected? And never, right? You're never bringing somebody in, and yet you're not making yourself sick. Now we're taking people that are experts at making these food, and they're trying to make a profit, and they have a huge burden upon themselves to, if they want to make that money, to operate safely and in a way that's not going to get their people sick.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
I think I appreciate that, but if I'm cooking food for my family, I'm responsible for it. I'm not giving it to other people and taking that responsibility on. So I think there's an added requirement if I'm going to feed it to anyone. Thank you.
Do you have a question, Representative Verval?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Nass. I appreciate it. You're in the food service industry, is that correct?
Yes, I own a restaurant.
Thank you. what would you estimate the inflation rate for your raw materials, just your food raw materials, has been over the last, say, 1 or 2 years? If you could give me a time frame and what you would estimate the inflation on those goods has been to your business.
Like as a percent? Well, it's really depends on the raw ingredient. Vegetables have remained pretty steady. You guys have seen eggs have quadrupled in price. Proteins have mostly doubled in price. I am thankful that I try to be farm to table as much as I possibly can and work out special deals with farmers to keep my numbers down. But yeah, a lot of these raw ingredients, people are seeing doubling, quadrupling of prices, and I've even seen when there've been real supply chain issues where before I've only had my restaurant that I currently own about a year now, and before that I was working. I ran 12 kitchens for sororities and fraternities, so I was dealing with feeding a lot of people and overseeing a lot of different chefs, and at that time. Supply chain issues were affecting us so bad that we were seeing cost of goods. For example, on chicken, I would have to go to the grocery store and buy chicken because the price was going up so fast from week to week that the grocery store took longer to update their pricing, and I could save money that way. So the pricing is extremely dramatic and changes a lot. But yeah, sometimes double to quadruple in the past 3 years, I'd say.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. I know it's very tough to get a handle on. The reason for my question is, we're looking at increasing the amount in sales. And I certainly am not going to argue with the numbers that you gave us on the cost of foodstuffs going up. And so I can imagine that inflationary pressure is rapidly eating into the volume of material that an independent can sell before they hit that. It would break my heart to have to see all the people that have come out today to have to keep coming back every couple of years to readjust this number. So I guess my question, and you don't have to answer it today, but I would certainly love an email to the committee if you don't want to answer today, is what sort of mechanism would you recommend we put in place instead of a stagnant number, so that we don't have to revisit this every couple of years as market forces sort of force our hand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough question because you could either tie it to some other value, or I mean, if you go completely outside the system of tying it to a dollar amount of revenue anyway, you could always provide a completely different license that just tells the consumer that these homestead operations aren't being regulated in the same ways, and let the market decide on its own.
Thank you, Mr. Nass. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Was there a question over here? Representative Potenza.
So my question is on the 35,000. Do you have any idea when that was put in, that RSA?
The RSA itself, or bumping it up to 35,000?
Yeah, when it became 35,000, like what the date of that was?
I believe it was within the past 2 years, and I think it was 22,000 before that, or 20,000.
Okay. So I agree with the follow up.
Follow up.
So I agree with what the former representative stated as well. I mean, it's, we're going to have to keep pushing it forward, but pretty much everything costs double. I come from I had a restaurant. My brother has 6 restaurants one was my father's. So it's out of control, and it's not just food. It's everything. I have a friend that does a homestead business with cakes. So we're seeing it a lot. So this is really about just increasing this. So because the costs are going up for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even touch on costs of like actual
Plastic,
transportation, the packaging of things, the cost of labor. There's a huge labor shortage right now where I prefer to buy my seafood local. I can't do it anymore because, I'm extremely limited in what I can do because my local seafood company, the New Hampshire Community Seafood, just couldn't find people to transport the product. They couldn't find drivers, and so they just shut down. So we just lost a business that way.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you speak briefly to the potentially hazardous food category? Because, you know, I think when we're talking about baked goods, we don't have to worry about so much about storage. But when you start to talk about larger productions, I mean, so if I make a dish, I can put it in my refrigerator, that's fine. If I make it for 40 of my neighbors, there's a safety issue. So what is excluded as potentially hazardous food here, and what?
So I don't have the definition right in front of me, but potentially hazardous foods would be foods that aren't really shelf stable, foods with a very short expiration date. So more dairy products, food that's going to spoil, and not it's excluding like baked goods, stuff, preserves, dry goods, like anything like that.
Representative Creighton?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Nass, for your testimony. In your experience, do you have a feel for how many people have actually gotten sick on homestead food? Is that, does it happen every day, or is it episodic?
I think it's very rare. Personally, I think it's very rare. I don't have hard numbers on it. I know that number would be tracked out there, but I really don't think it's very common. Think about the bake sales you've been to, and you know your own personal experiences with homesteaded food. It's really low risk food, and it's really very fresh food. It's not sitting around very long, so it's really uncommon.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Dotsie?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so to help me understand, so at the $35,000 threshold, it's not only a $150 license, but you say it triggers a number of other regulations that would have to come in play that
Yes.
would cost the owner a lot of money. Is that
Yes.
correct? And then, okay, so
Yeah,
my,
so if you're looking for, I don't mean to cut you off, but
No.
if you look at the other bill that we're relating to homesteads today, 122, if you look at the text at that, I believe there's a bunch of examples of different inspections that they're exempt from under the homestead thing and regulations. So yeah, there's quite a lot of red tape. It's
okay,
it's impressive.
Follow up,
Follow
Madam
up.
Chair, thank you. So instead of using the $70,000, what if we had stepped regulations? So in other words, 35,000 or below, no regulation, 35,000 and $1 to a number would be additional regulations, but not as onerous as what they are now. Is that something that might work or not?
I guess it's worth discussing. I'm not sure how well that would work in practice. Yeah, then you're getting into the territory of making it difficult for these homestead operations to follow exactly what regulations they're supposed to be following, like to understand exactly, okay, now I hit this dollar amount, now I need to go consult and figure out exactly what I need to do. And I really hesitate personally towards any sort of regulation that's going to discourage them from trying to succeed and do better and grow. And if they're coming up on that dollar amount and they're thinking, okay, well, I should try and keep my sales lower, I should try and hold myself back, or I'm gonna get bumped up into a next bracket, I would hesitate towards anything like that. Yeah, I would see that as problematic. But
Representative Bixby?
Yes, so one of the things that when the last time we were considering raising this cap, one of the things that came into play was which products would actually come anywhere near the cap. So I do a lot of home canning, and you know, and I know how long it takes in my home kitchen to can multiple batches of jelly. And I don't think I could get anywhere near 35,000, even in a reasonable amount of time. Never mind 70,000 doing jellies. So the example that sort of convinced us that it would make sense to raise it from 10 to 20 and then from 20 to 35 in the course of the last 6 years was wedding cakes. And that the ingredients for wedding cakes specifically had increased. Is that, have you heard from wedding cake producers in terms of their need to raise this cap?
I wouldn't say I've specifically asked wedding cake producers, but wedding cakes also are a skilled labor. So when the when the cost of labor is rising, the cost of wedding cakes is also going to rise. And I would ask that if you don't see the dollar amount, how do I word that? But I think that if you don't see the dollar amount as being relevant, as it seems to me that you're thinking, then I don't see why you'd be opposed to raising it anyway. If you don't think they're going to hit anywhere near it, then what's the harm in raising that dollar amount?
Okay, so this is not an opportunity for debate. I just wanted to get a sense of where, which categories of the relatively narrow set of categories that are actually allowed under the homestead food would be running up against the money limit. So thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Nass. And I will now call Colleen Smith from DHHS. You've requested 2 minutes.
Good
Good afternoon.
afternoon. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm with the Department of Health and Human Services Food Protection Section, and I'm here to provide information on House Bill 119. I just want to provide some clarifying information. So a homestead license, they are allowed to make non-potentially hazardous foods, and as examples that were brought forth before, cakes, cookies, jams, jellies, things that don't require temperature control for safety. We also things that are acidified, where you're adding acid to make this shelf stable, because there's an increased risk of Clostridium botulinum, the bacteria that causes botulism with those types of products. So there are certain group of homestead food operations that don't require a license, and those that make under $35,000 a year, those that are selling only from their own farm stand, their own home, or at a farmer's market, or to retail stores. So all they have to do is have, and then a license would be if you're making over $35,000 a year, selling via the internet, or if you're selling to restaurants. And the rationale for that is because in those instances, there's not a direct homesteader to consumer interaction. They're like a step removed from the final consumer. We don't track income, so it's completely an honor system. Once they hit that $35,000 and they come to us for a license, we generally find that that's not the reason they're coming to us for a license. It's because they want to be licensed, even though they don't need a license to sell to stores. Sometimes the store is requiring them to have a license, or they just want to have our license and inspection. They don't have to have commercial kitchen. No homesteader has to have a commercial kitchen. They can have residential equipment, like a 2-bay sink that's in most people's homes, or a 1-bay sink and a dishwasher. They can have a domestic refrigerator. They can have pets in the home, but we just ask that they secure them away from their area when they're producing their food. So there's very minimal requirements for a homestead operation. They don't have to have a commercial kitchen. It's only when you graduate to making potentially hazardous foods that require refrigeration for safety, or more in-depth food preparation, that you would graduate to needing that commercial kitchen. So just wanted to provide that information, and happy to take any questions from the committee.
Representative Verville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for coming in. I appreciate it. Thank you for taking my question. I got a little confused, though, because you kept referencing making and income. And I don't believe that the bill goes to that, right? The bill is actually in gross sales. And so the making or the income from gross sales presumably would be some fraction thereof of that amount. Is that correct, or do I have it backwards?
So it would be, it's based on the exemptions are based on gross sales, but we don't track that information. We're not asking for documentation when they submit their license of how much money they made from their homestead food.
Understood. Just a quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
So it's on gross sale of product. It has nothing to do with the profitability of the business.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Representative Bixby.
So I just wanted to get a little clarity. So under 35,000, there's no licensing needed, no inspection or anything. Over 35,000, you need, there is a license specific to, that is specifically a homestead license?
That is correct. So it's $150 annual fee. They make an initial application and there's an inspection that accompanies that inspection. And it's very, I think I would hope most homesteaders would agree. It's kind of pretty educational in nature. They discuss labeling of the product. They look at, talk about sanitizing their equipment and surfaces before their production and how to do that.
Okay,
Any other
follow
questions?
up?
Oh, follow-up? Sure.
This is, so the whole, and is there any, cap on how much of gross sales you can have under a homestead license that costs you $150, or is that basically whatever you can manage before you run out of space?
That's exactly right. There's no cap once you have that homestead license. And again, as you had mentioned, you do practically run out of space once your business grows to that level where you outgrow your residential kitchen and need a commercial facility.
One more.
Okay. Do you happen to know what our neighboring states require in regards to this?
The homestead food laws across the U.S. they vary incredibly into not only in the types of foods that are allowed to be made, where they can be made. I don't know about income level. If I believe Vermont has a $10,000 limit, but to be honest with you, they change, laws change from state to state very frequently, so I can't speak exactly to what those are right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Potenza.
Thank you for coming to testify. I just had a question in regards with, you said it's not like it's policed in regards with the 35,000. So I'm kind of confused then, why is it there?
To be honest with you, I don't. Historically it has bumped up over time. I think it started as 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 35,000. We don't track it, and we don't know who is coming to us solely because of income. We have currently 133 licensed homesteads, and so it wouldn't be a significant number even in our amount of licensed population.
Follow up?
Follow-up.
I did it right this time. So if, let's say, someone comes for that and you find out that they have been operating above that threshold, is there a penalty or anything like that?
We don't have any administrative fines for that type of violation. It would, again, the income is completely an honor system. If it was struck, I don't know that that there would be that much impact.
Thank you.
Representative Morse.
Thank you. I just want to be very clear. So you can hold a homesteader's food license for $150, but you do not have to update to any kind of commercial kitchen stuff unless you're doing potentially hazardous food. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Potenza.
So, just one other question. You were talking about, in regards when you get the license, when we had our business, we were Serve Safe certified. I assume that that's a requirement, correct?
It is not a requirement for a homestead food manufacturer.
Even if they're getting, I'm saying if they get the license.
Not even if they get the license, a homesteader is exempt from the Certified Food Protection Manager requirement.
Okay. Wow.
Representative Verville.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Smith. so there's some interesting questions coming from the other side of the room that sort of have me perplexed as to why it is that we have this regulation. So if I violate the regulation, there's no teeth in the violation. So it almost sounds more like a public education type of requirement. I'm not, I guess my question is, if I'm violating the ordinance, if I'm retailing $40,000 worth of food, so I'm outside it, I should have the license and I don't, and God forbid something goes wrong, is the only downside that if I get sued by a victim of my bad food, that perhaps the judgment would be harsher because I didn't possess a license that I should have? I mean, I'm trying to understand why do we have this if it has no teeth and nobody's enforcing it?
So I can give you some historical perspective on homesteaders. Is it used to be that all homesteaders were licensed, regardless. They could still make only the non-potentially hazardous foods, but they all required a license. And then I believe it was 2012, there was a law that was passed that exempted a certain group depending on income and where they were selling those foods to. And then again, as it's been mentioned, that income level has risen a couple different times, from 10,000 to 20,000 to 35,000 now. But there was never it was more an honor system that, again, it was understood that once you started making that amount of money in your home, you were going to need a commercial facility. That's the intention of the bill, was to give home food manufacturers an easy way to get started, get their foot in the door without a lot of regulation, without a lot of upfront costs. And then if their business was successful and they grew, that they'd go to a commercial space. It wasn't meant to be punitive, that we were going to be the income police and looking for who was violating that. It was more a good faith effort to give small businesses an opportunity to enter the marketplace with less regulation.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I have one last pink card for Ross Connolly. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ross Connolly. I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity in New Hampshire, here to offer our support for HB 119. Just some background. So as the previous speaker mentioned, in 2011, our state made the decision to establish a two-tiered system for selling homemade food products. If a single mother decided to start selling homemade cookies to make some extra money, she would have to keep the gross total revenue under $20,000, and she would not be able to sell in retail stores or online unless she acquired that homestead food license. Last year, thanks in large part to the efforts of the Honorable Herschel Nunez, who's watching online today, the legislature made the wise decision to increase that limit from $20,000 to $35,000. We supported that bill. It was a great step to start to allow these folks to grow a little more, since this is gross revenue, not profit. They're not making $35,000 of profit. This is just any money that's coming in. As we know, businesses can be expensive to get off the ground. We think moving it to $70,000 or just increasing it a little bit even puts these entrepreneurs in a better position to eventually achieve licensure and hopefully open up a store in our communities and start providing a bigger service to the state. But that costs money, and to have an extra amount of cash stored would be a big help for these folks to hopefully grow that business into that storefront. This legislation does not change what a homestead food operation is, doesn't change any of the regulations. They still have to label their products, still have to put the ingredients on their products. Regulation should remain in place to ensure food safety standards are met and consumer safety is protected. Just some background on I think there was a question about other states in the region and across the country. According to the Institute for Justice, since 2015, 34 states and Washington, D.C. have either created new homemade food programs or expanded their existing laws. This includes states like Oklahoma, who increased to $75,000. Connecticut and Maryland increased to $50,000, which I believe the rest of New England is about similar. And Florida has the high water mark of $250,000, who raised those limits. So this is an increasingly popular business model that we believe just needs a little bit more room to grow and expand. And we believe this bill accomplishes that. Just a little further background on last year's bill. I don't think any of us ever would have predicted that the price of goods would increase to the level that they have over the past year. When that bill was signed into law, eggs were probably a quarter of the cost of what they are now. If you're making homemade cookies or brownies or what have you, that starts to really hit on how much product you can actually produce to sell. So even if if the committee doesn't think that $70,000 might be too big of a jump, the one suggestion that we would make is have it at least be $50,000 and maybe tie it to inflation, so that we don't have to keep coming back here whenever there's a giant jump in prices. This would allow more flexibility for these folks to get the revenue that they need. So for these reasons, we urge the committee to move HB 119 ought to pass, and I'd be happy to take questions if there are any.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. And going back to Representative Verville's question, I'm let's say today, I went out there and I sold $40,000 worth of stuff, gross. What happens? So what?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm not entirely sure. The department who just spoke probably knows best, and if they don't enforce it, then I would say, the original bill last year was to end the license. The $35,000 was a compromise to just get the ball moving, give these folks a little bit more cushion. But I can't comment on why it's not being enforced or how that operates in practice. I can say there's been a lot of questions about what is a non-hazardous food versus a hazardous food. So this is from the DHHS website. Non-potentially hazardous food in your residential kitchen can be produced, including but not limited to breads, rolls, muffins, cookies, brownies, double crusted fruit pies, candy and fudged, packaged dry goods, and jams and jellies. Anything really beyond that, any certainly meat products or anything is a hazardous food.
For a follow-up, please.
Follow-up.
And I'm sorry, and it's so I'm still not tracking what is the trigger from going from a homestead to a commercial?
It is that gross. So, going to a commercial kitchen type when you're kitchen kicking in the commercial regulations.
Correct.
That's when you're going to produce hazardous foods. So that's where inspections, commercial kitchen requirements are expected.
Thank you very much.
Representative Verville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Connolly. I appreciate you coming in. Two questions, if the chair is going to allow it. Based on the information that you're aware of through the Institute of Justice, would you say that New Hampshire is lagging other states on where this cap is set?
Thank you for the question. I would say we can be much more competitive. I think, and it's really, in my view, it's not necessarily a competitiveness. It's just giving a little cushion to these people to just get their business off the ground. You know, if we want to have more, New Hampshire, we pride ourselves on the amount of small businesses, small restaurants that people start. And I think it would be a benefit to the entire state to just have that cushion be grown, so that we can have more people get into that industry and have more small businesses across the state.
Thank you, Ms. Colony. A
you.
follow-up if
Sure.
I might. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess because you brought it up, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Nass. So if we were to develop a mechanism to tie this to inflation, my question would be, and I don't need an answer today, but if you want to provide a written answer to the committee at a later date after you've had more time to think about it, is what measure of inflation would you recommend, right? Because you got the Minneapolis Federal Reserve, you have the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which gives a more New England type number with more breakout than what Minneapolis Federal Reserve provides. Do you have a sense of what would be a good benchmark to tie it to?
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. I can get in more detail and follow up with the committee, but you know, generally tying things to CPI is how any sort of inflation tie to inflation works. So whether that's we're taking a regional CPI number or across the country, you know, I think it'd be worth exploring and just to see what would work best, I guess.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Any other questions? Representative Dotsie.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I'm getting a little confused here because what I'm taking away is that the $35,000 triggers a $150 license annually plus an inspection. That homestead kitchen can produce revenue $500,000, $2 million. The only thing that triggers another step in the commercial process is the fact that they outgrow their revenues and they outgrow capacity. Okay, so revenue, how is revenue tied to the licensing if we're really only talking about $150?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think, and personally, I think it's more about the incentive that it creates. People, when they see more regulations or more steps coming their way, they might hesitate to grow their business. You know, whether it's enforced or not, this is the statute, and the statute should reflect what these business owners need the most.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
I have no other pink cards. Does anybody else wish to speak on this? Seeing none, I would like to have the blue sheet, please. Yes, thank you.
You're at 74 and 0.
Okay, on our blue sheet, we had 6 people signing in favor of this bill and 1 person against. And online, we had 74 people supporting this proposed legislation, with 0 opposition. With that, I will close the hearing on HB 119, and I'll give our clerk a minute to get settled for our next hearing for HB 122, which my apologies, we're running late on. He took hand notes. Thank you. Okay, we are all ready. I will open up the hearing for HB 122 relative to micro enterprise home kitchen operations. And who do we have here to introduce this bill? Representative Coulon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues on the committee. My name is Matt Coulon, representing Grafton 5, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 122. This bill defines homestead food operations and provides food service licensing exemptions for them. And I'll read the methodology back here to explain it a little bit better. This bill increases the homestead food operations threshold from $35,000 to $50,000 in annual gross sales. Entities selling less than the threshold amount are not subject to licensure and inspection requirements under RSA 143A. The Department of Health and Human Services states that since it does not track homestead food operations by gross sales, it is unable to determine how many establishments would no longer require inspections or pay the annual food service licensure fee. The fiscal impact to the state general fund into which the fees are deposited is therefore indeterminable. In addition, this bill amends the definition of a homestead food operation to allow for no more than 30 meals per day and 60 meals per week to be served from a private home and removes any licensing requirements for these entities. The department states that for safety reasons, it does not currently allow meal preparation of foods requiring temperature control, and that there will be no revenue loss from license fees in this instance since the operations are not currently allowed or licensed. And I will yield and open up to the testimony.
Thank you, Representative Coulon. Any questions? I have a question. So with this bill, if we had passed the previous bill and raised the threshold to 70,000, would that be out of sync with what we're dealing with here? Because
I'm
this
not-
was asking to raise the threshold to 50,000 from 20,000.
Yep, I would save those questions for the testimony for the person coming after.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to call Colleen Smith from DHHS to speak on this. You've requested 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm with the Department of Health and Human Services Food Protection Section. The department is currently opposed to the House Bill 122 as currently written. Our concern is this bill expands what's allowed in a homestead food operation to prepare 30 meals per day and not more than 60 meals per week. As in previous testimony, the current laws for homestead food operations do allow the production of non-potentially hazardous foods, which are limited to cookies, breads, jams, and jellies. We currently have 133 of these licensed in the state. Concern with expanding this is it does go against our food code, which considers a homestead. The homestead in the food code, it's not recognized. We do in state allow homesteads, but we've restricted to those that are of less concern to food safety risk. This bill, if passed, would change that dramatically by allowing essentially a restaurant could be run in a home kitchen if it was meant to have those meal restrictions. The bill doesn't allow us any inspection or enforcement, so there would be essentially no oversight that those limits were being made and attained. There's also concern that this could go against local zoning restrictions or other regulations of other departments, considering plumbing, septic considerations that wouldn't be looked at should this legislation pass. We are concerned with that, again, expanding of the types of foods that could be allowed in a home kitchen. There have been historical outbreaks with food due to a home kitchen doesn't necessarily have the ability with a residential refrigerator to cool foods properly. There have been outbreaks associated with improperly cooled foods. This again could allow the door to open to future outbreaks and increase in foodborne illness. I'd be happy to take any questions the committee has.
Representative Verval.
Thank you. Welcome back. So I don't know if you have the bill in front of you, but I'm looking at page 3, and I'm starting about a quarter of the way through line 27. Local law enforcement may decrease the limit of the number of individual meals prepared based on food preparation capacity of the operation, but shall not in any case increase the limit of the number of individual meals prepared. So it seems to me that this bill has built-in local control. Local law enforcement, I would assume, could run the number down to 0 and prohibit this activity from taking place in a community. Would you agree with that assessment, or am I in error?
So that bill, that you are correct, it does have that provision. That would be if that community had the resources and could effectively enforce that. It wouldn't give the department any oversight into if the standards or if those meal thresholds were being maintained. It would rely on local law enforcement to pick up that work.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
So law enforcement has the authority to enforce local ordinances, and so it would be a local ordinance that could limit the production and could limit it down to 0. So it seems to me that a community could very easily disallow this activity if it chose to by running the number to 0. Is that? I mean, I agree it doesn't give your department authority to oversee it, but it seems to me there's an escape clause for any community by simply running the number to 0. Is that? Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I believe that you're correct. The legislation does have a provision for local law enforcement to have that ability.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Compared to your office at the state level, how well prepared do you think local law enforcement agents across the state are going to be to evaluate the suitability of the arrangements in any particular food establishment?
I can't comment on the ability of local law enforcement's ability to assess what would constitute a meal and if they were exceeding that 30 meal per day threshold as laid out in this bill.
Follow up.
And I'm also I'm wondering if you would say the same thing about their ability to assess potential safety concerns regarding the storage of food, for example.
I am not familiar what the food safety training is of local law enforcement is. I would our agency again is charged with food safety in the state, so I can only comment on our abilities to assess that.
I have a question. Does our local health officers, do they take any food safety training at all?
So in New Hampshire, there are 15 cities and towns that do have their own health inspector that is responsible for food licensing and inspecting food establishments. And the other 219 towns, it's not their primary responsibility, or are they required to have food safety training specifically?
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So, under your reading of this bill, would the health departments in self-inspecting communities have the capacity to regulate this at all?
So the self-inspecting communities, they have the ability to make more restrictive regulations when it comes to home-based kitchens. So many of even though it's allowed at the state level, there are many of them that already do not even allow the non-potentially hazardous foods to be made in home kitchens.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Brulard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said you had information regarding past instances of foodborne illnesses with these magnitude operations. Do you happen to have the percentage? And and also the percentage compared to that of commercial industry?
So my full testimony has been sent to the committee, and I did provide an instance of a recent outbreak. It is so since home food production to others beyond family members is not currently allowed of non-potential or potentially hazardous foods, there isn't that specific data available versus a commercial establishment, because that's only what's allowed currently.
Representative Bixby.
So, if a licensed establishment, if you receive a complaint about a licensed establishment having given someone food poisoning, you have the authority to go in there and inspect and figure out what went wrong. Under this bill, would you have that authority for a homestead kitchen?
So I do not believe that there's any provision in the bill as written for us to do any type of outbreak investigation or foodborne illness investigation should there be a complaint associated with the home-based kitchen.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Verville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to drill down on that a little bit more. So if a homestead establishment is selling meals, it's a commercial operation to a certain extent, right? It's a retail food outlet in that it's a kitchen producing food. The question is for the person testifying. So if you got a report of food poisoning from an establishment under this, are you saying there's no other provision in current law or rules that would allow an investigation of that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of. This would exempt them from our regulation. So there might be other statutory considerations in our disease control statutes if there was a public health hazard linked to it, but that I can't speak to at this time.
Thank you.
I can certainly research that and let you know.
I would appreciate that. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Potenza.
So just to clarify, I would assume that the health department or the local, let's say for example, we had our business in the city of Concord, those laws would trump this, correct?
So I believe
Their laws or regulations in a sense.
So I believe this bill allows locals to have other regulation to opt out of this
Okay.
bill.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So there's one piece that's talked about here, and I don't know, it's just being missed. This is only for same day. So this homesteader has to produce these meals and serve those meals, and they're eaten within the same day. It's not like they could be eaten at, a week later or something like that. So doesn't that make a difference?
So the bill as written does provide a little confusion, and I did mention that in our testimony in a technical defect because it inserts a homestead into the definition of a food service establishment, which means a whole set of other requirements fall to them. But then it still maintains the provisions of what our current homesteaders are allowed, where they're allowed to make foods that can be consumed later, such as a jam or jelly or cookie or muffin. So it does provide some confusion because of the way the bill is worded.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. And I'll call up Stephen Nass, and you've requested 2 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to testify again here. I'll try and be really brief. This bill is actually based off of operations in other states. California, for example, despite being a state well known for having a heavy regulatory process on the food industry and just industries in general, is actually way ahead of us on these sorts of operations. And I think there's been some confusion today about the sort of operations that this is trying to allow in the state. I think Representative Potenza kind of hit on it a little bit, but an example that I want you to think of if any of you have traveled in the South or out West, would be the sort of people that are stay-at-home moms or just operating at home, and maybe they're filling a cooler full of tamales and bringing them to a local business and dishing them out to the same customers every week. This is the sort of operations that we're looking for here, where it's going to be primarily people selling a very small amount of product. It is same day, served hot directly to the consumer, and that's really what we're trying to cover here. And as far as the enforcement on the local level, that is what we'd be looking at is towns and cities making their own rules on exactly what they want to do and decentralizing it from having the state enforcement of it. And I've worked a bit in Massachusetts, and that's what I saw a lot more of, was the local towns having a lot more of a say and in the inspection process and regulatory aspects of these smaller kitchens. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I just want to clarify, it is deliberate that you're taking control away from HHS and putting it onto local police officers
Yes, it
who
is.
are not
Yeah.
trained health inspectors?
Yes, it is. And yeah, and like I said, that's based off of what I've seen other states do.
Representative Bixby.
So do other states have the police in charge of this, or do they have the local health department in charge of this?
Typically, it would be under the jurisdiction of like the local town council, who would then delegate it either to a worker that's an inspector or the police or whoever. It's like it's a big variety, but it's like the city government, the town government.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Would you say that this is really helping out the smaller towns, and so there's less of that burden with the DHHS, and so it's more of that local control, because this really kind of doesn't apply in the cities, I'd say.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it would really apply. Yeah, it would help out a lot of the smaller towns that are a little bit more impoverished than the bigger cities, where there's a lot more opportunity. And like I said, it's a lot of people that might be stay-at-home moms looking for a little bit of extra income, maybe whatever food they're feeding their family or whatever family dish that they're really have been making, that's maybe it's been passed down from generation to generation, and they know how to make it in big batches for their extended family, and they're just expanding that operation into their community, and it gives them a little bit of extra revenue stream there.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Good to see you again. Thank you for taking my question. Again, I'm going to ask a question about how these amounts are determined, how they're quantified from 20,000 to 50,000. You've given some examples that I think that, we can all get on board. If anyone else specifically can testify to give us a specific example of why this $20,000 is not adequate, why it's 50,000, it's not 40,000, it's not 100,000. So could you give us specifics as opposed to generalities?
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, I don't really have any good specifics to give you other than I've done research into what the many other states are doing, and we're kind of basing our numbers off of theirs. So if it's working for them, and to me it seems like it is, I feel like we should stay competitive with those other states and not lag behind them.
Representative Verville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nass, for sticking around with us. So the 50,000 is in gross sales, and so the profit is some fraction thereof. So we're not really talking about full-time businesses, full-time incomes. This seems to go more towards a part-time side hustle, side business, if you will, to help families that have a particular skill or knack in the culinary fields to be able to make a little bit of extra money without actually becoming, a full-blown restaurant for the amount of material that we're talking about. Am I summing this up about correctly?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I would say you are summing that up correctly. If they are trying to make it a much more of a established business with branding, with employees, with very high scaled up operations where they can really churn out food, this isn't the operation for them. This is for the the housewife staying at home. This is for the young adult that just needs a bit of extra income to help them get up on their feet. That's who this is really for. This is if they're going to scale up, they're going to go for the bigger licenses because they're going to be getting a lot more equipment and have a lot more overhead.
Thank you. Follow up if I might. Madam
Follow up,
Chair?
yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nass, for taking the questions. Do you have or could you prepare a list of states that do allow for these types of operations? I know you mentioned California. I have to admit, I was struck by that. I found that surprising as well. If you don't have a list, if you could prepare one and send it to the committee, I would be greatly obliged.
Yes, thank you. I would be happy to do so. And I was also, in my research, surprised because California is not exactly known for, well, this sort of this sort of allowing businesses to grow and operate like this. They're really and they did take a more burdensome approach than what I have designed here. But I'd rather not get into all the nitty gritty of how they mess theirs up. But they'll learn eventually.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Nass. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Bixby.
So, it sounds like what you're getting at here is actually a different model than what is currently falls under what's dealt with as homestead in the state. And it's sort of like a micro restaurant, and that, within a house. And I'm not sure that the way that you've inserted into the statutes actually makes it, I think it might be creating impediments for it going forward. And I'm wondering if you might also be able to help us with some references to the laws in other states and how they have put that into their codes to help us figure out where it really belongs.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was like a question or more of a statement, but I would be happy to, in addition to sending the list of how what other states are doing, I would be happy to send a list of examples of how they put it into their codes as well. And I think this one would be maybe it's easier to grasp, not thinking of it as a homestead thing, but as a micro enterprise. I believe that's in the title somewhere. But yeah, as think of it as a micro enterprise, not really a restaurant because you're not seating people. It's more takeout kind of oriented.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Representative Morse?
Thank you. So as a stay-at-home mom, and we're talking about this as sort of a side business, I'm just wondering how many tamales do I have to make to gross $50,000 a year while I'm also taking care of my kids and my own farm and all of those things?
Well, tamales would be a lot. And I think a lot of this would be people selling to established businesses or like, a building like this one where they know there's a couple hundred people in here and so they can have regular repeat business. And that's how they would approach that number, is by extremely repetitive business of selling to the same groups of people.
Follow up.
Follow up?
So how do you see this as like a side business? $50,000 a year gross seems like a fairly substantial amount for a stay-at-home mom to be making food.
Well, I keep in mind it's gross and it's not like what's ending up in their bank account at the end of the day in their pocket. So
Right. I'm
Yeah.
just wondering what kind of time commitment, I mean, you run a restaurant.
Mhm.
What's your time commitment to $50,000 gross?
not a lot. I would say you can approach that pretty quickly. And I mean, tamales as an example is like a single individual food item, and this bill would allow for full meals as well. So if you're providing a full meal, you might have a sale price of $30 a meal. It's going to add up pretty quickly, I would say.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit confused about what's on page 3 between, in the bold italics that you're adding to the bill, where it lays out the ability to produce meals and, you know, and sort of sets a strange set of numbers, 30 meals a day up to 60 a week. With no mention at all, other than the raw oysters, that there is a two tiers to this. Or that's what we've been led to believe, and on the next page it sort of reinforces that at some point, if you're serving hazardous things, if you're serving meals, you're probably cooking with dairy and possibly meat and stuff. There's no mention there that when you change over from doing cookies to meals, that you need to have licensure. Or does it say that? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. So I guess I didn't read it closely enough. Apologies.
Oh, okay, no worries.
Representative Verval.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I cap it 60 meals a week, and there's 52 weeks in a year, so it's 420 meals a year is my cap. Do I understand that correctly?
I believe so. If you just did the math there, then yeah.
Great, thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
So 420 meals in a year certainly doesn't seem like a super huge amount. I work a full-time job. I serve in the House of Representatives. I bet I could run this gig out of my house as well if I was so inclined. Is the purpose of setting the 50,000 to make sure that they don't bump up against the revenue cap, that they max out their business on volume of goods sold, not on the value of those goods? Is that the intent?
Yeah, yes, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Nass. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Nass? Representative Potenza.
So I'm just going to give an example. This was probably about a year and a half ago. I went to an outside event, like a little rally, and there were two people there that brought a huge cooler, and they had these. One of them had these beautiful veggie wraps, and the other one had this other type of. But so, I mean, they were, you know, it was like a donation, but everybody was paying for them in a sense because they brought them there, and but they're just doing that. So this is like, in a sense, making it legal for them to do it, really, because people are doing this already.
Yeah, thank you. So speaking to that, I would say from both directions, people are already doing these kinds of things under the table. The food industry has lots of under the table work, like across the board, and yeah, this legalizes it and you know, brings it back out into the light so that they can hopefully be safer and do things appropriately. And then on the other hand, in my long experience with health inspections and seeing inside many, many kitchens, even in New Hampshire, just because restaurant or business is licensed and inspected does not mean that they're following the correct practices. I'm not going to say it on testimony where, but there are definitely restaurants in New Hampshire that I will not eat at because of the hazard that's inside them, and they are fully inspected and follow every burden. So, yeah.
Representative Dutzy.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify what I heard. Representative Verval, when I do the math, 60 meals a week, 52 weeks a year, I get 3,120 meals, and I thought you had said 420. Or am I correct? I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Sure.
Just give me a second. I did it very, very quick, and I probably did it wrong, and I appreciate the correction. Yeah, I would agree with the representative across the room. It's 3,120 meals a year, but I will stick with my original allegation that I could make that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Germana.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if it's not inspected. Thank you. And we're referring to the example that the Representative Potenza was referring to a moment ago, right? If you think about somebody who is bringing
cooler full of tamales or whatever, right, to sell at an event. Aren't we now talking about getting to a quantity where if there is a food safety problem, we're talking about a significant number of people possibly getting ill coming from lots of different places? I mean, that's part of the reason, isn't it, for having this type of threshold? Now raising it, more than doubling it. Don't we begin to reach a quantity of consumers where this is precisely why we have regulations to deal with health safety in the first place?
I think that's what the DHS would argue, is that we're getting into that. But I think you would still find that the amount of illness that this would increase to be a very low number.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You brought up a topic about restaurants. And what would you say that the average restaurant in the state of New Hampshire, how often is that inspected by anybody?
Well, I believe another representative would like to answer it, but I'll do my best. They're supposed to be inspected annually. I don't believe that has been always the case, because I have seen kitchens where they did not seem to get inspected like they should have, but yeah.
Follow up.
Thank you for the answer there. And would you say that if there was going to be something happening, a foodborne illness or something, that once a year, looking in on a restaurant annually, and I'm not sure if they're noticed or not, they could clean up things pretty well and then fall back into old habits?
Yeah, I would say that that's definitely the case. I would say that the good restaurants, the poor restaurants, certainly they will clean up for the health department, or they'll take their violations, fix what they need to, and then carry on with what they were doing before. And there's also the concern of in restaurants with high turnover of staff, it doesn't matter that the good staff were there when they got inspected if soon thereafter it's new people doing the work and not following the correct procedures.
Representative Nab.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking my question. I'm still stuck on the local law enforcement piece. So, I mean, I come from a small town where our law enforcement have nothing to do with health and safety, and our code enforcement officer does that, but he barely has time to do the health and safety piece because he's our code enforcement officer. So I wonder if you spoke to any law enforcement and inserting them into this picture as to whether this was something they were interested in. Second of all, it says, can I ask a second of all? Sorry.
I'm sorry?
Can I have a
Yeah.
second part? Okay. It says they can limit the number of individual meals prepared based on food preparation capacity, but that actually doesn't really speak to health safety, does it? It's a capacity issue. I feel like the language is a little murky there. It's not saying based on whether they're following safe procedures. It's saying, hey, maybe you don't have enough refrigerators.
Yeah, so the first part of your question, I have not spoken with any law enforcement about this. The second part, I believe the reason it's worded that way is the safety might not, the lack of safety would not necessarily increase with the increase in volume, but the number of people you can get sick at once does increase when you're increasing with volume.
Representative Verval.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nass. So I want to help my colleagues on the committee, and but I also want to help the people that are proposing such changes to our state laws. Would you be comfortable with changing who has the authority from the local law enforcement to the local governing body, say select board, a board of aldermen, whatever the local form of government is, and allow them to delegate those responsibilities to who they would think would be best fit in their communities, should they choose to allow this? Would that be a happy medium, do you suppose?
Yeah, for me that would be a very friendly change, because the intent behind the bill is to make the local government and the local community more involved and decentralize it from the state.
Thank you, Ms. Nash. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Nass. Are there anybody else who wish to speak on this bill? I have no more pink cards. Seeing none, let me see the blue sheet. We have nobody who has signed up in the blue sheet, pro or con, but online there were 12 people in support of this bill and 0 opposed. With that, I am going to close the hearing on HB 122 and give the clerk a moment to reset so that we can now hear HB 493, eliminating the state meat inspection program. You're all set. Okay. Okay, so 493. Okay. I'm going to open the hearing to HB 493. And I would like to invite Representative Bixby up to introduce this bill. Thank you for your introduction.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Peter Bixby, representing Stratford County 13, Dover, New Hampshire. And HB 493 is a bill that was brought at the request of the department. Just a little bit of background. In 2016, this committee undertook a study committee to update RSA Chapter 427, which is where the meat inspection program resides. And it resulted in legislation in 2017 to clarify a number of elements in the chapter, including many of the exemptions to 427A2, rather 272A. So a separate bill was also filed that year to create a procedure for doing exempt on-farm slaughter of bison. And the study committee recommended, at that point, determined that the meat inspection program was not workable at that time, but decided to leave it in place because it might be easier to actually get it operational if it remained in place. A study committee last year that studied the reasons for the lack of slaughter facilities in New Hampshire concluded that establishing a state level program would be far more costly than looking into ways to encourage the USDA to provide more facilities or help sorry, I misspoke there. Encourage more USDA inspected facilities to start up or expand. Essentially, USDA will pay for the inspectors for normal full-time hours entirely for any meat processing plant or meat slaughtering plant in New Hampshire. They will cover up to half of the cost for a state program, and the state is responsible for the rest of that. And that means that the state would have to find some way to get half of the cost of the inspectors. If we had a program, we probably wouldn't. We wouldn't have more than 5 or 6 plants in the entire state, and there would be a substantial cost to the state in order to set up the inspection program and to pay for the inspectors. It's just more cost effective to let the feds do it. But because the statute still exists, the commissioner continues to field calls about how to use it and needs to go through the whole explanation of why it doesn't work in more detail than I just gave you. As a result, he requested this bill to remove it from statute. Having participated in both of those study committees, I was able to identify which paragraphs needed to be retained and which could be repealed. The sections that should be retained relate to exemptions from inspection. The on-farm poultry slaughter exemption is governed by federal law, but also needs to be authorized at the state level, so that had to remain. Similarly, home slaughter and custom slaughter for home use need to be recognized in state law. And the on-farm bison slaughter provision is specific to New Hampshire and also needs to remain. The core description of the state inspection program runs from 427.3 to 427.32D and simply needs to be repealed. I considered providing copies of that text, but it runs about 24 pages, and I thought that wouldn't be a good use of resources. So there are 5 definitions in section 427.2 that relate only to those paragraphs that are being repealed, and those definitions also need to be removed. And there is a faulty reference related to the bison exemption that I corrected. So that is what is in the bill currently. When I received the copy of it just before the deadline for sign-off, I noticed that there were a couple of flaws, and OLS was completely swamped at that point. So I said that I would do those in an amendment, and then I haven't produced that amendment yet, but what was missed was in section 427.1A, the applicability section, and this basically means this section basically says what will fulfill the purpose of the requirement for meat inspection, and the current law reads, the purposes and requirements of this chapter may be fulfilled for both interstate and interstate distribution and sale of meat and meat products by adhering to the requirements of USDA detailed in 21 USC chapters 10 and 12. That part should remain. The parts that need to go away are the purposes of this chapter may be fulfilled for intrastate sale of meat by adhering to the provisions of the division if authorized by the USDA, and the purposes of this chapter may be fulfilled for interstate sale of meat by adhering to the provisions of the subdivision if authorized by the USDA, pursuant to all constraints established by the USDA. So since we would be getting rid of the part of the bill of the law that deals with in-state meat inspection, not through the USDA, then we would have to get rid of those parts of the applicability. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
I have a question. I received testimony from Farm Bureau, and they said that they had, there's a bill in the Senate, SB 23, which is a study committee regarding the meat inspection program. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I actually happened to run into the commissioner when he was about to testify on that bill, and I took a look at the bill, realized that it was partly overlapping with this issue, and I went in and testified to the Senate on that bill. And there are a couple of parts of that, one of which was essentially almost a duplication of the study committee that we did last term. The other was a study committee that is specifically aimed at what's termed non-amenable species. So the USDA does certified inspection for only a set range of species. So bovine, so beef and sheep and goats, but there is not inspection available for odder species like, say, elk or emu or kangaroo, which you could conceivably farm here, maybe not in New Hampshire, but further south maybe. But so anything that doesn't fit within what is typically livestock is pretty much not covered by USDA inspection, and all the types that are not covered are called non-amenable, even though some of them are rather tasty. When I testified before on that bill in the Senate, I said, I approve of the idea of the study committee for the non-amendable species, but we think that the part relating to the in-state inspection of amendable species does not make sense.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up to that, so this bill that you've submitted, was that a result of the study committee
That was,
findings that you participated in?
it was informed by that, but it actually was a result of my discussing it with the commissioner and the state vet. And the other thing about what we have here in statute is that even if we wanted to set up a state inspection program at this point, the language in that is sufficiently old that it would not align with what is currently appropriate federally, so we'd have to rebuild it anyway.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bixby, for taking my question. So what is the harm in leaving this on the books?
Well, I think that that's something that the commissioner can explain more clearly than I can.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Bixby. The chair brought up the study committee. And during that study committee, although I may not agree with everything that was said, the USDA said that we had sufficient slaughter facilities in New Hampshire to fulfill our needs at that point. Would you say that was an accurate assessment?
I was a little bit dubious when they said that, which doesn't mean that if there were more people who wanted to either expand their businesses or start new businesses, that they would not be, they would certainly be entitled to a USD inspector if they expanded to the point where, or if they started a new business and needed the inspector.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Bixby, just to try to synthesize what you just said. USA's doing it. They're doing a great job. They want to do it. We could do it, but it costs us a lot of money and it would take a lot of effort. Is that what you just said?
Yes, basically.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for introducing this bill and answering
you.
questions. And I call Commissioner Sean Jasper from the Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I am Sean Jasper, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. To answer the very first question, why it's important to get it off the books is if you believe in the importance of mental health, then you will support my mental health by removing it from the books. This is a circular conversation that occurs all the time, but never with someone who actually wants to open a state inspected meat program. Always with people who want someone else to open a state inspected meat program. But on a more serious note, I want to thank Representative Bixby for bringing this bill forward. I think it's time we really focus on the possible and not the reality of the impossible. So there's two ways that the 50% that the feds won't cover that could be done. That's one, through fees, which would make it really crazy for anybody in this type of market with a small margin to say, yeah, I now want to pay 50% of the cost of doing that. Our estimation is that for us to run a program on an annual basis would be in excess of $1 million a year. Divide that by a very few people who would be interested in doing this, and you can see that the math doesn't work. The other reality is in a small state like New Hampshire, where you can literally drive to another country or another state in very few hours, sometimes minutes, why would you want to limit yourself to a market only within the state, because the product of a state inspected program can only be sold within the confines. So somebody couldn't have a butcher, a slaughterhouse and then sell to a market in Massachusetts or any place else. So when you look at the reality of the value of a program such as this, where we don't have a sales and income tax to support it, and there's zero requests in my 5 years as commissioner from anybody who wanted to build a program like this. I think we ought to be focusing on what we can do. That's why we have our program, the ARPA program, where we did receive funding for expansions of existing facilities. I'm happy to say that closed out last Friday. We are oversubscribed for people looking for money to do the expansions. I've also already been in contact with the folks at Gopher about seeing if there are funds available so that we can meet 100% of those requests. We're not talking about a huge amount of money, but this is where we should be focusing. And this is a constant distraction from the governor's office on down. I had to spend quite a bit of time detailing why this program just simply doesn't work. The bison part of it, and you mentioned, Madam Chair, the bill in the Senate, and I agree 100% with Representative Bixby on that. The focus is really on the bison, and I'll tell you, last year there was a bill that had been put forth by a senator, and then my office was contacted about that bill, and this was to expand the bison program to elk. And they said, well, this program with the bison has worked so well. There hasn't been a single problem in all these years. And I went to the state vet and I said, do we have people that are complying with the bison program? He said, nobody's ever come forward to me. And there's lab sampling, there's a lot of things. Come to find out, and Health and Human Services actually caught it up north, that bison meat was being sold in retail stores in contradiction to state law, and it was ordered off the shelf. And so the Senate bill was withdrawn, and as we began to have the discussions, they said, well, this is a very expensive program, because if you're going to kill a bison, you have to have a state not a state vet, you need to have a veterinarian present to observe the animal while it's alive, and then after it's been slaughtered to inspect the meat. And that becomes very expensive, but that's the only way to ensure that it's not a diseased animal. So that's what that study committee is really about, and the only person who was really there in support of what they were doing was actually the person who owns the bison farm. So we're still working on that, but let's not study this issue again. This just is not something that is viable in the state of New Hampshire, unless you get somebody who's going to give you a grant of millions of dollars to keep it going, and then I'm not sure there'd be anybody to apply.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for taking my question. Let's go back to the ARPA funding. So when you say that they're over subscribed to that, is that also including any programs that would, in addition to what we already have as far as facilities here, does it include educational components?
There is an educational component. We are working with Cooperative Extension on developing a mobile class. Now, they've come up with the ideal mobile classroom, a 40-foot trailer, and that, what they priced out is higher than what they anticipated. We could scale it back. I am going to ask that if we're going to do this with federal funds, let's do it right. And I'm asking for that to be filled too. But even so, we're probably only talking in the neighborhood of less than another $500,000, and the governor has said he expects 40 to 50 million that has been allocated to be turned back. And agriculture has not gotten much money out of this huge amount of ARPA funding. So I don't feel bad about asking for a little bit more.
Any other questions for the commissioner? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do not have any more pink cards for this hearing. If anybody wishes to speak, please let me know. Seeing none, I will read the blue sheet here. We have 0 people that signed in favor or against this on the blues. And online, yes, we had 7 who support this proposed bill and 1 in opposition. And with that, I will close out HB 493 hearing and give the clerk a moment to get set for our next and last hearing. I apologize for our running late today. Okay, we're all set. I'm going to open up HB 348 relative to the sale of raw milk and products made with raw milk. And I don't know who is introducing this bill. Hang on one second. Representative Coulon. Thank you. Gee, and you don't even look like Representative Ankerberg.
Too much raw milk I've been drinking. All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues on the committee for your continued patience today. I'm here to introduce House Bill 348 relative to the sale of raw milk and products made with raw milk. This bill increases the amount of raw milk a producer, processor can sell or process without a license and removes the requirement that such ice cream and frozen yogurt produced using raw milk be sold in 6-ounce containers. So what this bill is doing is increasing the daily amount a raw milk producer could produce up to 160 gallons and eliminating the 6-ounce container limitation. And I'm open to any questions.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my questions. So if I remember having considered a similarly related piece of legislation before us, and part of the conversation around the requirement for the limit on the quantity was with regard to the fact that initially the testimony was that this would be a small amount, it would be a tiny amount of frozen yogurts being produced, and therefore that would be something that would be limited to small homesteads. So I guess my question is, a jump from 120 to 160 is quite a large jump, and can you speak to the desire to go from 20 gallons to 160?
Yeah, I just if I'm milking my beautiful Jersey cows and I get more than 20 gallons, I'd like to be, statutorily available to sell that to my customers. And to the 6-ounce container piece, I mean, I usually enjoy more than 6 ounces of ice cream and frozen yogurt. So I'd like to be able to support my local raw milk producer to enjoy maybe 10 or 12 ounces of ice cream or 16 ounces of ice cream and frozen yogurt. You're welcome.
Any other questions for Representative Coulon? Representative Bixby.
Yes, so what was the origin of this bill? Did you have a constituent who requested that?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Constituent request.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Verville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Raw milk's a funny thing, isn't it? It really strikes a nerve in a lot of people. But that's not really my question. My question is, are you aware of any health issues associated with the sale of raw milk and raw milk related products in the state of New Hampshire since raw milk sales were first enabled under a 20-gallon threshold?
I can't speak to the 20-gallon threshold piece, but I can say there is an issue with raw milk that it makes you it tastes way too good and it makes you way too healthy when you consume it. So you might have resistance against certain, maladies or illness that could come upon you. So
Thank you, Representative. I actually am just recovering from such a malady. 35 pounds lost in a couple of months, although it probably wasn't the raw milk. So to the best of your knowledge, there's been no issue, no health issues associated with the sale of raw milk or raw milk products in the state of New Hampshire. Is that correct?
I would say you're very correct in that statement. And I will say that I buy raw milk from a raw milk producer that has the 6-ounce containers to adhere to the statute. And I don't buy it. I stick to the raw milk because I like to have more than 6 ounces in a serving.
Thank you, Representative. Follow-up, if
Yeah.
I may, Madam Chair?
Sure.
So I know a serious concern amongst many, and probably several, if not more, in this room, is packaging waste. I mean, we hear a lot of testimony about solid waste in the state of New Hampshire, and certainly packaging waste is right there. Would you agree that selling 20 gallons of frozen yogurt in 6-ounce cups would produce more packaging waste than, say, 20 gallons of frozen yogurt that were packaged in, I don't know, say a half a gallon or 1 gallon containers? Do you suppose that would reduce packaging waste?
I would suppose you would be correct in that assessment, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Representative Coulon? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Colleen Smith from DHHS.
Good afternoon again. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm with the Department of Health and Human Services Food Protection Section. I'm here to speak about House Bill 348. The department is opposed to the bill as it is currently written. We've worked with this committee in the past to expand the amounts of products and limits of raw milk that can be sold or made into products without licensing and regulation. But we have serious concerns about increasing this to this level. From 20 gallons a day to 160 gallons a day, those are very significant amounts of animals that are being milked. From a cow's perspective, that could be 20 to 40 milking cows a day that produce that volume. And this doesn't limit species. So if you're looking at goats or sheep that are being milked, that could be 5 to 10 times as much animals that this is going. And again, these are uninspected facilities. There's no standards for sanitation. There's no standards for testing of the final product, whether that be microbiological or antibiotics that could be used to treat the animals. These are all going unregulated at this time at these limits, and this again would drastically increase those limits. We have seen increases in foodborne illness associated with raw milk since this legislation has passed. 2016 to 2019, we saw that increase. And in fact, in 2021, we investigated a large outbreak where over 50 people from 3 states, and because this farm abutted to neighboring states, there were also folks from Maine and Massachusetts, as well as New Hampshire residents that were ill from consuming milk that was contaminated with Campylobacter that we identified in the humans and actually in the source of milk, and in one dog too. So we are seeing outbreaks associated with raw milk consumption. And in this instance, this farmer was very proactive, and as soon as he received complaints, he notified his consumer base. And without that cooperation, this outbreak could have been very much larger, because if an outbreak isn't reported to us directly, we have to rely on a medical provider to do testing and get results of that testing, and it can take several weeks before we even know something's going on. And if it wasn't for this quick reaction of this farmer to notify his consumers, this outbreak could have been a lot more than 50 people. So we do have concerns about increasing this limit. Also, we want to point out that a lot of up to 40 or 50%, if you look at national data, the people that are impacted by this are children under make up most of these, at least 40% to half of these cases, depending on which data you look at. And they don't often have a choice if if they're given raw milk or pasteurized milk. So again, we do have concerns about this. The container size, that was something that was inserted into the bill that originated a few years ago to limit the amount of product that would be in a consumer's freezer over time, because there is the pathogen Listeria that can grow under refrigerated or freezer temperatures, and so that was the concern about having a larger container size, that product would remain in a consumer's freezer. So again, I would be happy to take any questions the committee has.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so the limit for someone who is selling who is not licensed is 20 gallons. But I'm sure that Brookford Farm sells a whole lot more than that. What sort of licensing and inspections do they undergo in order to make sure that their distribution chain is working well?
So to clarify, those that are exempt from license, they are limited to the 20 gallons per day, and they're also limited to where they can sell the product. So they can sell from their own farm or their own farm stand or at a farmer's market, as long as they're under that 20 gallons per day. If they want to sell to a retail store, so currently yogurt, raw milk yogurt, and raw milk fluid milk, that's allowed, but they have to be licensed by our department. So that involves, they do have to have basic sanitation requirements, basic facilities requirements where floors, walls, and ceilings are smooth, durable, cleanable. And then also they're routinely inspected, and samples of their milk are tested for bacteria and somatic cell counts.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Verville.
Yeah. So I'm curious, what do you estimate the average family size to be in New Hampshire? Immediate family?
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert in the family size of New Hampshire.
Yeah, fair enough. So I'm not either, but I would estimate that the average family size in New Hampshire is probably 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children. So to see an outbreak that would affect 40% of children, and nobody wants to see children getting sick, don't get me wrong, but the 40%, while it may sound shocking, really if some contaminated food is entered a family of 4, it would stand to reason that half of the people, give or take, would be children. A follow-up, if I may?
Follow up.
Yeah, so you had mentioned that if we jump from 20 gallons to 160 gallons a day, that would be a lot of animals, which is sort of a relative measure. Can you explain to me how it is that the number of animals somehow plays a role into what we're discussing here?
Sure. So what could be in a perfect example is the Campylobacter outbreak that we investigated. It was isolated that in that herd, which was about 20 milking cows, that it was one cow that was ill that contributed to that outbreak, because all the milk gets mixed together. And so increasing that volume of cows, it could potentially increase your amount of risk for illness. And also these again, these places wouldn't be under inspection. This would be a very large operation that there would be no standards for, again, looking at the animal health, looking at the animal conditions where they're stored, looking where the milking facilities are, is that also expands. You might not, in these very small operations, they might be treating them more like pets, where their cleanliness, but when you get to those larger volume of operations, it might be very difficult to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last question, if I may.
One more.
Thank you. So I worked on a dairy farm as a child and through my early 20s. And so it's always interesting what people's sense of scale is. Could you give me a sense of scale of what you would consider a small, medium, and large dairy operation?
And that would vary again per state.
This is New Hampshire, though.
In talking to our staff, in looking at these numbers, they would consider this a medium to a probably a medium size, I would say, operation at this the 160 volume of gallons per day.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thinking about the size of the containers, and thank you for taking my question. Doesn't increasing the size of the container increase the risk of possible illness, in part because it increases the likelihood that you're going to eat a little bit now and then cover it back up and come back to it tomorrow or the next day or whatever, right? And so with this milk, which is raw milk, right? So if it's not consumed all at once and you have a larger quantity, doesn't that increase the risk of potential problem?
It could possibly, you could have more temperature abuse if you're taking it out and thawing it. That gives bacteria the opportunity to grow at warmer temperatures and then freezing it again. It also could limit our ability to detect a foodborne illness outbreak because someone might not get sick right away if they're keeping a container in their freezer for longer periods of time versus consuming it and then getting ill, immediately or shortly after.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, just curious, was the operation where the Campylobacter outbreak took place, was that a licensed and inspected facility, or was that a farm that is operating under the homestead exemption?
So that was a licensed facility, and again, that it doesn't, because this is a raw product, there's no kill step there. It's not being pasteurized. So even in a licensed facility, things can go wrong. Again, I can't tell you enough is that our relationship with that farmer and them being able to contact the inspector right away, let them know, it was allowed us to get the word out, do the investigation, and take that intervention to get further people from becoming ill.
Follow up.
So, if for unlicensed operations, would the response time be slower or perhaps non-existent if there was an outbreak?
That is possible because they would not have that relationship with our inspector to know who to contact, or maybe would be concerned and worried about what's going to happen, so that they might be less likely to report if they were receiving consumer complaints that their product made someone ill.
Thank you.
Representative Verville.
Thank you. So based on everything I'm hearing, would it be safe to assume that the preference of the department would be to repeal the raw milk legalization in New Hampshire and return to the days of 100% pasteurized milk in the market?
I'm not going to comment on that full question. I can tell you that we are opposed to this bill. We're opposed to expansion, and that we don't advocate the consumption of raw milk because of the public health risks.
Quick follow-up.
Quick follow-up.
Was the department also against the original bill that allowed the 20-gallon limit of raw milk and raw milk materials into the marketplace?
That bill was in 2012, I believe, and I cannot recall if the department took a position at that time.
Representative
Thank you,
Murray.
Madam Chair.
Oh. Okay, well, go ahead, Representative Comtois then.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Verville. At that time, the people that crafted the legislation on the raw milk worked diligently and closely with New Hampshire DHHS, who supported that.
I'm good. Representative Bixby.
So, and also I believe that there was some modification to it in 2013 or 2014, and at that point, I believe it was Mr. Dumont was the head of Food Protective Services, and he explained that the reason that we keep with small amounts is because it's a risk reduction factor. So if you're producing very large amounts, the risk multiplies substantially, and so the department was happy with small amounts of raw milk because it was a constrained risk.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question, and thank you for taking my question. What would the implications be should the dairy sanitation license no longer be sought? How many times do you go into a facility to inspect? Is it annually, biannually? And by not having the ability to do that, obviously there may be other risks associated. So could you speak to some of that?
So depending on the type of dairy operation, they could be there are those that ship across state lines, those are required to be inspected at certain frequency. Their pasteurizers are required to be inspected monthly. For just to sell raw milk at retail, those producers would be inspected every 6 months.
Follow up?
On that line of questioning, then would that potentially limit a farm's ability to transport the milk outside of state line if there would be no requirement to inspect for sanitation?
So in this instance, so raw milk cannot be transported across state lines if it's going to be consumed in that state. That's against the federal law.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Verval.
So you spoke of an outbreak earlier that involved 3 states from one dairy location. Presumably the dairy location was only located in one state. So the milk was illegally transported across state lines, is that?
So in this instance, the farm was in New Hampshire, but the consumers went to purchase the milk from that farm directly and took it back to their home. So they weren't going to resell it. That's the illegal part. If somebody is free to go and purchase a product in another state and bring it back to their home.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other further questions for Ms. Smith? No, seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. I have calling Stephen Nass, and you've requested 2 minutes.
Thank you for hearing my testimony yet again. I'll be brief. I'm originally from Wisconsin, which is the Dairyland USA, and we've fought a lot for raw milk freedom there. And what I noticed was a lot of the language in the legality of raw milk is really not due to safety, because I believe that the consumers do understand the risks of drinking raw milk. It's really anti-competitive behavior on behalf of the larger milk boards and milk producers. So the 2 things that this bill is touching are changing from 20 to 160 gallons, which is the equivalent of having a couple of cows to having still just 20 cows. Is not a huge increase, and I believe that still considered, where I come from, that would still be considered a small dairy farm. And then again, increasing or removing the limits on the size of the container from 6 ounces. Again, I believe that the reason why the size of the container is really not based on increase of risk. It's really based on the increase of competitiveness, or the changing competitiveness. Because when you go to the grocery store, how many 6-ounce containers of regular ice cream do you see? You really don't see them there. You're buying it by the gallon. You're buying it by the full pint or a half gallon or a quart. So that's really the ultimate reasoning, even if the health department might disagree. Thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that increasing would go from like a couple of cows to about 20 cows.
Mm-hmm.
What about goats? Because goats are part of the raw milk bill. So how many goats would you need go from to in
Yes,
regards to this?
I'm not positive. I'm not as familiar with goats, and but I would assume the percentage scale would be the same. So I'm really not sure the yield on goat milk.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Morse.
Just to be clear, as a goat owner, a goat yields about a gallon to a gallon and a half a day.
Thank you. Representative Creighton. Do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am, I do. So if you go from 20 to 160, that's 8 times. And so what you're saying is a cow produces eight gallons of milk
Yeah.
a day? Is
Yes,
that-
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Verval.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nash, for taking the question. I understand you support the bill, and I don't disagree with you at all. Would a friendly amendment be amenable to you to change 6 fluid ounces to 128 fluid ounces, basically making the upper limit a 1-gallon container? Would you find that to be acceptable?
Yeah, I mean, that would be acceptable in some ways. Yeah, because like I said, my main opposition to the numbers that were originally included would be because they're just trying to not let the small producer compete with the big one. And the dairy industry is dying in the United States, at least on the small level. It's more and more just the big farms that are able to compete, and the small ones are being pushed out.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nash. I can't argue with that. As a former dairy farmer, I've
Mhm.
certainly seen it in New Hampshire. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Germana.
Thank you for taking my question again. But if your contention is that raw milk is just as safe as milk that's been pasteurized, or that the risks aren't any greater, why would you agree to any amendment to limit the size of the container in the first place?
That's not what my contention is. I do believe there is a greater risk in drinking raw milk. But I do believe that the consumers know and understand that risk when they purchase it.
May I follow up?
Sure.
Then, but again, so my question, as in some other questions on some other bills, is, what is the limit that you would set? What is it based on? What is the science? What are the studies that determine the specific upper limits that you have suggested?
I mean,
Why have the upper limits at all?
I mean, personally, I don't believe there should be upper limits. I think that consumers can make that determination on their own.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. Thank you for taking my question. So one question I have is that I think sort of in similar vein as Representative Germana, what types of illnesses are you familiar? Obviously, we know that Campylobacter is an actual bacteria, but what sort of risks come with drinking that milk to, like, for example, children, for example? Do you know what types of illness they are faced with if they are become ill because of consuming these products?
Yeah, I don't know the bacteria names off the top of my head, but and I don't know how much more of a risk of actually catching these things children would be. They just don't have the stronger immune systems an adult would. But basically, it would be any bacterial contamination or chemical contamination. For example, you're washing the tank out that you keep the milk in, and you use bleach and you don't properly rinse it, and that gets into the milk and contaminates it.
Representative Murray, follow up.
Thank you. So in the event that inspections or sanitation inspections were not to occur and children are at a higher risk for diseases and things associated with Campylobacter, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing that. What treatments and what protocols would then happen as a result of, I think Campylobacter causes severe diarrheas, dehydrations, all sorts of other types of things associated with that. And when you're looking at children, do you have any idea of the implications that are associated around illnesses that result in sort of those types of diarrhea, dehydration, etc., those types of things?
Like the implications on the health effects on the children? I'm not super familiar with like disease control and the effects of specific diseases. No.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Nass? Nope. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today, and I call the Honorable John T. O'Connor to come and speak to us. Welcome back to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse my voice. I only have a small room. You got double the size. Again, my name is John O'Connor. I live in Darien, New Hampshire. And little thing about my background before I go in, I know it's late, you had a very busy day. I've been in the dairy industry for over 50 years, started out on a farm. I went to an agricultural high school, went to an agricultural college. I minored in pathology for the dairy industry. Started out as a laboratory technician for a couple of years at HP Hood, spent 20-some odd years with them. Then I got promoted, and then I got stolen by another company and became a vice president of operations and quality assurance. And I have to use glasses now. I want to go back in a little history on this here. We've come a long way to get to where we are. And I know I wrote support on that, but I'm starting to maybe change my mind after listening to some of the conversations going on. And I'm going to tell you why in a minute. We had a meeting back in February 2nd, 2020, when I was still here, HB 1592. And we all got together, including Commissioner Jasper, HHS, Farm Bureau, Representative Aaron was there, Representative Comtois, and Senator Pearl was down there also. And we ended up voting 19-0 in the committee, went on the consent calendar. Consent calendar went over to the, from the House to the Senate. The Senate, under their dubious ways because of all the omnibus bills they were doing at the time, is that they threw it all in a big packet, and on the top of it said consent calendar table. And this bill here, 1592, was then tabled and never had a hearing. And I want to go into the reason why I limited the container size. After that, the following year, 2021, HB 95 had huge hearings both in the House and in the Senate. Senator French, he amended HB 95 addressing a labeling issue which we didn't have that we were going to do till they tabled it. And so one of the key elements in the labeling issue was stating consuming raw milk may increase your risk of foodborne illnesses. So I listened to Commissioner Jasper and HHS, and some of the suggestions maybe is if we don't want to do licensing because they want to stay exempt, then let's take a look at maybe somehow a regulatory documentation or a registry. Because at that meeting there in HB 95, Commissioner Jasper says he has no idea how many farms are either making or selling raw milk. So at least there should be, excuse me, there should be some type of documentation so that if there was a major outbreak, then they could go back and trace it down. I still believe we should have it once a year. One of the things that I did when I was Vice President of Operation, I also belonged to an organization which is called the National Conference of Interstate Milk Shippers, which is 50 states plus some international countries that have both public health, Department of Agriculture, in industry with an oversight from FDA. And when Listeria started getting serious with within the industry, especially when the study first came out from the University of Vermont, that Listeria can survive freezing temperatures. So we developed good manufacturing practices. We developed HACCP, which was Hazard Analysis Critical Control Points. And I would think somewhere along the line, we would need to take a relook at this here. Representative Verville, a friendly amendment about raising the quantity size, I would be absolutely against that whatsoever. I know I put the 6-ounce size in, so based on studies that I was involved with FDA over the years, is that if you even have a half gallon and you have cows, sheep, and goats, and any of those mammals that shed Listeria, and not only do they shed it, but Listeria is also found naturally out and it's ubiquitous throughout the soils, and it's an environmental bacteria. And I reread the document from the GOAT person that testified on the Senate last year, where she explained how they took a bucket of milk and then put it in a refrigerator to try to cool it down, because it's usually at mammal temperature. So you have a chance of growth if you get it either via environmental, because the smaller locations aren't capable probably as some of our big facilities that I had, where we segregated raw systems from pasteurized systems, and we even had maintenance people wear different color clothing so they would not cross-contaminate. So there is a concern on that. So my leaning is that since HB 95 was just signed by the governor in July, I believe, of last year, why don't you give it a chance? And monitor it, because you can always come back in January of the following year. And I'm changing my position from support to I'll either continue to put in an interim study. Because there's some other little minor things that I can send you later regarding that some of the definitions going to have to be changed, the exemptions. You need one of the definitions is a milk producer, distributor that sells raw milk greater than 20 gallons. That needs to get into 18430A, because some of the other RSAs, they're small little things, but they don't coincide. So to clean this whole thing up, you need to go back and look at some of the other RSAs and as a conjunction of that. And I don't know if you have a researcher here that can still do that. So that's what I want to say, because I know you guys have been here for a while. And again, going back on the container size one more time, because if you have little kids at home or a pregnant mother, and you take that container out, and it's a half gallon, or, well, most of them now, they got cheetah bottoms, so they're probably, 36 ounces or something. So it's on the counter, and there's a birthday party going on. The ice cream melts and everything else. Bacteria is growing. And put it back in the freezer, bring it back out. Same thing. And again, when they make the ice cream, that's the same thing too. Because I had blast freezers on my ice cream. As soon as I packaged it, whether it was in a 3 ounce, 6 ounce, or 3 gallon, the 3 gallon, even within 20 minutes, was frozen solid. But we had that type of equipment. These other equipments with small locations, their freezers, are they 0 degrees or are they at minus 15? So the faster you freeze it, the less chance you have of any growth of the bacteria. So with that, I thank you for inviting me to come up. It's been a while since I've been up here, and it's nice to see what's going on.
It's great to have you back in the building. We have any questions from the committee on this? Representative Potenza.
Since you seem like you have the history and you're an expert on this, do you even have any idea of what the numbers are of raw milk consumption in the state of New Hampshire? Because I've literally never had it. So
We have a documentation that comes out on a monthly basis, and it all gets reported. Now, I don't believe the raw milk does get reported, but the federal government, the milk, it's called the Milk Market Order. And in there, they break it out by classifications. Well, it's class 1 milk, which is sold at retail level, class 2, class 3, which becomes what's called a blended product that usually ends up going into powdered milk, and the farmers get less money for that. So the best thing to do is everybody start drinking milk from the retail level, so the farmers, because before I left, both the commissioner and myself, we did our damnedest to try to get made in New Hampshire labels. We had that, and we're going to get enough money to put individually on them. We're trying to work for Hoods over here in Concord, and it didn't pan out. Tried.
Follow up?
yeah, I just,
Oh, I'm sorry.
because it's just an area that I'm not, I don't know much about it. I would assume if you're drinking raw milk, if you're a parent buying it in your house, like, I don't know. It just seems to me it wouldn't be something that would be left out on the counter. You obviously know. You're saying that you guys put the label on there. I've never had raw milk, so has it been an issue? I mean, you said it was an issue in a commercial, but
the DHS.
Commercials is, the Campylobacter is the first I've heard about that here.
Okay.
But last month in Florida, there's a huge recall going on in Listeria. But that typically would be found by an environmental issue. Typically, ventilation systems, drains, anything that has moisture inside refrigerators and so forth. And they can cross-contaminate that way.
Representative Bixby.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Representative.
So, I'm wondering about the increase for an uninspected facility going from 20 gallons to 160 gallons. And I'm wondering, one of the things that we heard in committee before was that the quantity of sales the more broadly you sell, the greater the risk there is. And also in terms of, you know, if you're pooling all of milk, the more animals you have pooling into one bulk container, the more, if one of the animals is sick, then you have a greater risk. I'm wondering what you think about, you know, whether that jump from 20 to 160 makes sense, whether you think there's any jump makes sense, or whether you think it's probably good at 20.
I would say stay with HB 95 and keep the volume at what it is at this point in time. And because basically, again, when she testified over on the Senate side, small farmers, they're not going to have a bulk tank. They usually have stainless steel pails, and then they can carry, you know, 5 or 6 gallons that way there. But and from her testimony and how she handles her farm, and it sounds like it's you know, the gold standard. She was doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's wonderful to see you again. Just for a little personal privilege, I served with you on HB 617, so it's great to see you back.
Still following you on your waste issues.
Thank you.
Especially composting.
Yes, thanks so
We
much.
worked on that one.
So I did have a question regarding Listeria and Campylobacter. Just in general, it sounds like you might know a little bit, and if not, defer to Health and Human Services. They don't have the ability to detect those two types of bacteria. That's an odorless type of bacteria, or is it not? Like, could you smell it and say, oh, this is off?
No, you can't. You got that. Like I say, there's Listeria, Campylobacter, Yersinia, and the other one that's really nasty, but typically it's mostly going into the hamburgers, is the E. coli over there. That one with little kids can create a death on that one.
Representative Verville.
Thank you. As
Do I have to take his question?
Nice to see you, Mr. O'Connor. You're my first chairman. You taught me well, I think. As a former victim of Campylobacter, my understanding from the CDC, because I went to the hospital for being sick, and it's a mandatory report. So the CDC called me up, and they said the number one source of Campylobacter is intermingling of human feces with food. So that's what they told me. I'm not saying it can't occur in milk, but it's not a question. It's just, I just wanted to make people aware of that. Did you say that there's a requirement to label raw milk, that consuming raw milk may increase the chances of, is that's a current requirement?
Yes.
Okay, no, you don't have to look it up. I'll
Oh,
take your
I was gonna
word
say
for
this.
it. Mr. O'Connor, I served under you. I know you to be a very honest and honorable man. And it's nice,
18484.
it is nice to see you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for Mr. O'Connor? No? Seeing none. Thank you so much for coming in today. I'm pleased to see you again here.
Thank you. Nice also.
I've run out of pink sheets for this bill. Anybody else interested in speaking? Seeing none. On the blue sheet here, we had 6 people in favor of this bill. Online, we had 69 people in support and 1 person in opposition for this legislation. With that, I'd like to close HB 348. And that ends our hearings for this afternoon. We will be meeting again next week on 2/7. We will be having a work session in the morning for the Agriculture Policy Subcommittee. to talk about HB 221. And then we will have a committee work session, all of us, at 10 o'clock to discuss HB 326, the rodenticide bill. And we plan to, after that work session, to exec the bill. And then we'll have lunch. And then in the afternoon, we're going to be hearing HB 37 and HB 231. One is the groomers, dog groomers legislation, and the other is the cat declaw bill. So we'll have that. That is what is planned for next week. And I hope to see you all. I hope you have a wonderful week. And think about all we've heard today in our hearings.
Are we going to have a chance to do a caucus before we exec any of these votes?
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to work in some caucus time for each of our caucuses to discuss executing those bills. So it's possible we may have, instead of for the committee work session, we may break that off a little early to meet before we do the exec of the bill.
Okay, so if you want to say committee work session from 10 to 10:30 and then 15 minutes of caucus and then exec.
Yep.
And now the 221 is not an early bill, so it probably makes sense to not exec that.
Right. Right. No, we're not going to exec that next week.
You mentioned that as a possibility.
Yeah.
This morning, and I think that probably makes sense.
Okay. So I'm going to close out our committee meeting for today. Thank you all.